Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the 2023 World Cup. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined again by Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer. Jan Ludwig, how are you? Are you excited for today's tiebreak?
Very, very excited, Fiona. This is the day that makes the World Cup such a special event. And Hikaru said it in the interview we did with him yesterday. It very often, especially at the later stages of the tournament, comes down to a 1-1 in the two classical games, and everything is decided in the rapid play tie breaks. And Hikaru gave us a fantastic stat yesterday in that he can't remember, and Hikaru's memory is rather good, and he can't remember ever having lost a tiebreak. So I'm feeling very optimistic about this, and I'm very much looking forward to some nice speedy chess.
Absolutely. So, Hikaru, for those of you who might not have been here the last 2 days, he is taking on the reigning Indian champion, Grandmaster Kartik Venkataraman. The two classical games ended in a draw. In the first game with the white pieces, Hikaru put on a lot of pressure, but it has to be said, Karthik defended tremendously well. Yesterday was a more tame affair. The balance was never disturbed too much, so that was a rather quick draw, not for lack of trying from either side, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. So the players meet again today. The games will start in 4 minutes, and first off, they will play two games of 25 minutes plus 10-second increment per move. And yesterday, Jan Ludwig, Hikaru said he actually prefers faster rapid games. What do you expect for this from the first game where Hikaru is playing with the white pieces?
Yeah, I think that's the key point you added there at the end. The white pieces. Personally, I prefer having the white pieces first because it calms my nerves to the kind of new situation, and I'm fairly confident that I'm not going to be behind for the last and decisive game. But I think in Hikaru's shoes, being the favorite in pretty much every match he plays, playing with the white pieces first is more of a double-edged sword because that means there's a lot of pressure on him to get the win, and if he doesn't, then he's gonna feel a little bit under pressure with the black pieces, having to make the decision whether to be aggressive but take risks, or continuing trying to be solid, and
Mhm.
just going into faster time controls. And faster time controls do have more of a, yeah, it I think it increases chance. Like you can have an accident in the faster time controls. It's easier to make some blunders. So I'm not entirely sure it favors the higher rated player, but in Hikaru's case, he's so good at the faster time controls, and like he said himself, he has a fantastic record in these kind of matches.
Absolutely. I see there were a couple of questions. Can you explain how the tiebreak works? So I'll just go through that one more time before the game start. So the way the tiebreak works is much like in the classical portion, it's always in pairs of two games. So first of all, the players play two games of 25 plus 10. If they are still tied after that, they move on to a faster time control. In this case, that is 10 plus 10. If they are still tied, they will play two games of blitz of a time control of 5 plus 3. After that, so that would be 6 games in. If they are still tied, they will just play one game of 3 plus 2. Well, one or more, but until somebody wins a game. So it could be a lot of games or it could be just one. But basically, that's how it goes. Today on Ludwig, there's actually, I counted them manually, so I could be wrong, but I think there's 30 30 playoffs, which is almost half of the 64 matches we saw.
Yeah, no, there's a tremendous amount of players having to go through this grueling exercise, including here the opponent for today, the Indian champion Karthik.
The games are about to kick off. One thing I'm curious about is, will we see a repeat of the opening we saw in the classical game, which was a Rui Lopez Arcangels? And just as I say that, I get my answer.
Yeah, very unorthodox opening here from Hikaru. Notice how he doesn't push any of his pawns 2 steps forward initially, starting out with the knight coming into play, then pawn 1 step forward, then this other pawn, the fianchetto, 1 step forward. Hikaru's allowing his opponent to take control in the center and trying to do a counter opening. Knight to c6 sees this knight take control of the important central squares. The bishop here trying to fight for those very same ones at the same time. Pawn to a6, a bit of a strange move, but this pawn is taking control of b5, making sure that the bishop cannot go here, which in turn means that the bishop cannot point down on the black knight and on the black king. And since this knight is protecting these two central squares, pawn to a6 is actually a move designed to keep the knight in place. So it's actually about fighting for the squares in the middle. Hikaru then steps just 1 forward with his bishop, with this b5 square no longer being on the table. Knight out, okay, pawn up from Hikaru. A trade, Hikaru takes back with the knight. Bishop comes into position to protect the black knight should there be a trade. Hikaru gets his king castled, pawn 1 step forward from the Indian player. And Hikaru, wanting to keep many pieces on the board, thinking that he has better chances, the more pieces, the more different plans exists in the position, he actually retreat the knight back to where it came from. Once again, then it's all about these dark squares in the center, which the white bishop is trying to take control of.
So we're seeing something completely different here to the classical game. There we saw Rui Lopez, we saw a lot of theory. These are positions that Hikaru has played, almost, I want to say, millions of times online. How do I put this? Are you happy to see this opening switch? Do you think it was a good decision?
I think it's a very logical decision, but I must commend Karthik on his pace. So the part of the reason why Hikaru is playing like this is trying to make his opponent think early, trying to give him a bit of an unorthodox position where he cannot bank on his opening preparation, because he really couldn't have expected all of this kind of setup. That being said, Karthik very clearly doesn't want to be low on time against Hikaru. Hikaru has a scary reputation, and
rightfully so.
For sure. And the Indian player is like, okay, I gotta keep my pace, because if I'm low on time, then Hikaru will try to cause some difficult decisions, and for those difficult decisions I need to have time left on my clock. We see that in the last couple of moves, the bishop came into the game, good move from black, the knight into the center, the king castles, very standard play. Pawn to c4, we see Hikaru trying to put pressure on the center. And Hikaru is not that negative to this trade being made, even though here all the pawns in the middle would be traded off. The white knights are much better placed than their black counterparts. And in particular, this black bishop is pointing in out from the middle out to the side of the board, whereas this bishop is on the side of the board pointing through the center and to the black king. So there's a huge difference in the activity of the bishops, and in particular this one on b2 is a superstar. Queen to e7 is a good move. The idea is simply trying to trade off this superstar. If Hikaru just continues normally, then the bishop would try to trade with the white bishop to avoid having this guy pointing down towards the black king. So Hikaru very sensibly plays the move a3, which extends the scope of the white rook, meaning that moving to that a3 square, trying to make the trade between the two bishops is no longer viable. And
Was it
here,
also a threat to play b4 next? Is that one of the reasons that black captured on c4?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I would say be in general, extending your pawns is a sensible next step for Hikaru once he got all his pieces into play. So I think that was also part of it. And now the trade, we're thinking this is gonna favor Hikaru because, well, simply he has the better bishop, like we talked about earlier.
So Hikaru is pausing here after d takes c4. I guess there are two ways in which you can recapture, either with the knight.
Well, he's gonna recapture with a knight,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he's considering whether he wants to first kick this black bishop. So
Mm-hmm.
I think he's contemplating between knight takes a pawn, but then there's a chance maybe black goes a5, taking control of the b4 square, preventing white from extending their pawns. Doesn't necessarily need to be good, but Hikaru knows that if he wants to push his pawn forward, attack the black bishop, then this may be the last chance he has to do so, kicking the bishop back and then recapturing with the knight, having extended this pawn formation first.
So this is what happened in the game, right? And Kartik
Oh yeah, it did.
brought his rook to d8, where it's looking down at the queen on d1. And Hikaru now improving his light squared bishop. That bishop came to d3, and now we can see both bishops pointing down towards the black king. I have to say, I really like Hikaru's position.
I think Hikaru's position is very pleasant. It's one of those where he's never gonna lose, and he has some chance to win. But at the same time, the fact that both players have this A and B, and both players have the identical situation with the pawns on the king side, it means that if black is able to neutralize, in particular, this bishop pointing down, then the game will very quickly peter out. So it's important what's coming up next. Bishop back opens up for the rook down towards the queen, like you said. The queen moves out of the way. Another rook comes into the fray. And now, I think it's tricky for Hikaru to make progress without making trades. He moves his rook in towards the center because if he tries to move his pieces forward, then Hikaru is going to be voluntarily trading off some of the pieces that give him the initiative. So Hikaru now struggles how to move forward without just giving black defensive trades.
So rook c1. How is black gonna try to improve their pieces? Because I feel right now the white bishop here is perfectly placed. I could imagine the bishop maybe at some point sliding back to b1, even try to set up a queen bishop battery, see if we can get any attacking chances. Meanwhile, the black bishop on e8 is not great. The bishop on a7 is hitting this very solid pawn structure f2, e3. So does black just have to sit for now, or how does he try to improve his pieces?
Yeah, no, he should definitely sit. The big question is whether or not to play the pawn to b5. So both players have maximized the potential of their pieces, and it's not clear how either one of them can move forward next. And the question becomes, does black want to push the pawn forward, provoke the white knight into moving up the board, which in turn will enable the trade? And that's going to be a key decision here, whether or not this pawn formation is a much bigger problem for black than this pawn formation. And it looks very similar, but the computer actually massively favors white if the pawn moves up, and that's one of those tricky nuances for a human. To me, it looks like both are good, but there is a significant difference. And now that I'm looking at partly the computer's recommendation, I'm realizing what the difference is.
And there it
Pawn to
is.
b5 was played, but it's a mistake because had he played his knight back, then he would have opened up for his bishop to get a better positioning. For instance, getting this bishop pointing down on 3 of white's pieces from an optimal square here on b5. So by playing pawn to b5, black is making sure that this bishop now cannot utilize these 2 squares in the future. So maybe that was not the optimal strategy.
I think those are the kind of decisions that are so tough to make in general, but especially so in a rapid game. We see that Hikaru, is slowly building that time edge. It's already 3 minutes, and that's likely to improve because even if the position is, there is nothing dramatic going on, it's always more unpleasant and more difficult for black to play. White has easier moves. White has more natural moves. While for black, it's almost at every turn you have to make bigger decisions, like do you want to play b5
Yeah, but
or not?
he was so close though,
Yeah.
because Hikaru had easier moves because he had these rooks into the middle. But at the moment black played b5, that was also the moment where Hikaru had run out of obvious moves. So in a way, also b5 is a mistake in that it now just forces Hikaru to get another fairly obvious move. Whereas if you had just stood still, Hikaru then would have needed to come up with a plan of action. Um, but yeah, b5, it's a bit of a weakening move. It was very tempting to try and get the bishop there instead, but like there's no disaster for black just yet. And notice how Hikaru chooses not to go forward with his knight because he says, well, if I go forward, then I'm enabling trades. I don't want to make trades. I think that lessens my chance to win. So Hikaru just backs down, but it's an aggressive way of backing down in terms of trying to keep pieces on the board.
And I mean, the speed at which Hikaru has been playing is astonishing. We're 19 moves in, and Hikaru still has 24 minutes on the clock. And again, a big decision for black. What do you do next here? How do you improve those pieces? No obvious answer. I mean, the bishop from e8 for now, I don't think that can be improved. I don't see how to improve the other bishop from a7. So I feel like somehow playing the knights is the way to go, but where to?
You could potentially try and maneuver this knight out to this a4 square. Very often when you're looking at the board, you want to look out for squares where the opponent cannot kick you out with a pawn. And here the white pawn has progressed past this optimal a4 square. The problem is this knight is one of the key defenders of the king. So if you start moving this guy up to the other side, then the bishop battery pointing down on the king side is going to be even more of a problem. Personally, I mean, I feel like a5 is going to be what black wants to do to try and liquidate all the pawns on the queen side. The problem, of course, being that if you push this pawn up right now, and there's a trade, then white has two guys, the queen and the bishop, working together towards the b5 pawn. So if you want to make this happen, you may need to prepare it with rook to b8, but then you're moving your rook off an open file, which just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel that practically Karthik is already in quite serious trouble because he's down almost 7 minutes, which is loads at this time control. And it's just difficult to play his position. Hikaru has so much experience as well in these positions. He has such a good feel for where do his pieces belong. So I think even if the engine says 0.3, which isn't much, I feel from a practical point of view, things are looking very, very good.
Yeah, and I think this pawn to b5 move he just played, I think the amount of time Karthik is spending thinking right now kind of gives away that he's regretting his own decision.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I can tell, that move was a mistake. It was a weakening of Black's positioning and moving the knight back to enable the bishop to come forward would have been a much, much better option. Now, like you said, this bishop, it's a good defensive bishop, but it's purely defensive because it's being blocked by pawns in two directions.
Yeah, and finally Karthik makes up his mind, plays bishop b6. At first sight, it's not too obvious what that move does because the bishop stays on the same diagonal, just moves forward one square. I was saying at first sight it's not clear, and then I'm like, yeah, even at second sight, taking another look. Does he want to play? Is he freeing up the a7 square, or what does he want to? What does he want to do? I'm very confused.
He wants to know what Hikaru is planning.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a slight improvement of the bishop's positioning, taking control of the extra control of the a5 square, and maybe giving the option of having the rook to defend the pawn in some instance. It's basically just saying, okay, I don't have anything big going on. What about you? And then
Mm-hmm.
I really like this move from Hikaru because this is the kind of when you're spending a lot of time on a move, it's very clear that you're not sure about the path moving forward. And then Hikaru just says, okay, I'm not going to give you any information. I'm not going to move my knight over to the queen side just yet because maybe I want to keep it in the center. I'm not going to move my bishop back to try and attack because that's going to give you an idea of how you want to proceed. I'm just going to play a very non-committal move, giving the decision back to you since you obviously thought it was a tricky decision given the time spent.
Yeah, fantastic decision and practical move by Hikaru, played so fast. And Kartik goes knight a7, offering a trade of rooks along the c file. The knight, of course, is terribly placed on a7, and I think, again, it shows us that there is no clear... I think Kartik, for now, is just looking to trade some pieces and decrease the pressure somewhat in that way.
Yeah, now Hikaru needs to act.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Hikaru does one more non-committal move, then there will be a trade of rooks. And then after the rooks are traded, there will be another trade of rooks. So now Hikaru needs to move forward. But the good thing is, with the knight moving back, the knight has abandoned the control of the e5 square, and Hikaru immediately tries to take advantage by moving forward. And now the big question is, was the point of this knight back, was it to trade the rooks, or was it to gain extra control over this b5 pawn? Because we talked about it earlier, one of the main black plans here is going to be trying to trade off all of these pawns on the queen side. It wasn't possible earlier. If he tried to go a5, there would be a trade, and then you lose the b5 pawn. This we looked at in a similar circumstance. But with the knight moving back, he did make it look like he was trying to just trade off a lots of rooks. But in fact, he also added security to this b5 pawn, which means now a5 trying to make trades is possible. And wow, he kind of goes for a merge of two plans here. He both trades the rooks and goes for the trade of pawns. And I gotta say, good defensive play. If black is able to get rid of both of these two white pawns, then the game is going to be a draw. And right now, he's guaranteeing himself that at least one white pawn will be traded off in the next move.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say those two moves, bishop b6 and knight a7, looked somewhat weird at first, but in fact, I have to eat my words, take it all back. In the end, even if the pieces look awkward, getting in this a5 is quite major for black. And now the question for Hikaru, how do you react here? Because the pawn on b4 is currently under attack. So do you take on a5 or do you bring a defender? I'm not too sure if we have many good ways of defending the pawn on b4.
Yeah, I guess you want to play bishop up so that if there's a trade, you can take back with the bishop, improve the bishop's positioning, and point down on the black queen. But bishop up is just a bad move because it runs into the black knight getting involved, both putting pressure on white's bishop and extra pressure on the pawn that was already in trouble. So, with the bishop not being able to protect the pawn, Hikaru had to do what he did. He had to make the trade because he had no way of keeping this guy protected. So the trade happens, black recaptures, allowing Hikaru to activate his knight while also hitting the bishop. The bishop returns where it came from. And I gotta say, I mean, I think Black has done a really good job of defending here now. And next move, pawn to b4. How does Hikaru prevent that? The really needs to keep the last remaining pawn on the queen side because if that pawn gets traded off, it eliminates all your possibility of getting a queen on that side of the board, which enables your opponent to put all their focus into one side of the board. But the problem is Hikaru just didn't have a good way of preventing this. If the bishop comes trying to go to this b4 square like we talked about earlier, well, then the bishop actually abandons the protection of the pawn, which just makes it worse. So Hikaru didn't have a good way of preventing this, and therefore he instead chooses to just move his pieces forward. And now there's an interesting moment where black can push forward, can trade off this last white pawn on the queen side. And this is very, very close to a draw, but the computer is actually quite optimistic for Hikaru's chances because of these bishops pointing down on the black king. So this is going to be a very, very critical phase of the game.
I have one question about this position. Why can't we play knight c6 here? I thought we were going to win the bishop pair.
Well, you are going to win the bishop pair, but you're also going to make lots of trades.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is, oh, well, that's definitely not going to work. But the problem is here, even if white has these amazing bishops pointing down, that in itself is not going to be enough when you don't have. So what the bishops are good at is, yes, they're good at long distance, but they're also kind of good at going in two directions and taking control of both sides of the board. But that's a bit redundant when there's only one side of the board where the action is happening. So yeah, I will be very surprised if black doesn't play b4 and eliminate that last pawn on the queen side, and then it's going to be interesting to see if, because Hikaru has way better placed pieces, but that's a very temporary thing. So if he wants to win this game, he needs to have something happen within the next 3-4 moves.
Yeah, so let's take another look. So if e4 is played by Karthik, first of all, do we have to take? I mean, I understand the pawns will be traded, but is it somehow favorable to let
I think it's nice to provoke the black queen away from the king.
Okay,
so
so
I like the trade. And then I guess this rook to c4 move is tempting. Because even though it provokes the queen to go back into defense, we could potentially get the rook involved along the fourth rank, and then maybe knight to g4, trying to eliminate the last remaining defender around the black king. And we can get a situation like this where, okay, my diagonals are not really working, but this looks reasonably terrifying.
I have to say, yeah, even without any pawns on the queen side, I feel, especially given the time situation, black doesn't have so many pieces in the defense here, and I feel this would still be a tricky task to find all the best moves here to make sure there's no danger to your king.
Agreed. But at the same time, it's very close.
Yeah.
So pawn to b4 was indeed played. There is a trade provoking the black queen away from the king. And instead of this rook c4, knight back, trying to trade off the important defender, Hikaru goes knight c4. So now Hikaru's looking for the bishop pair. And I am a big fan of the bishop pair, but this might be one of those situations where you can afford to trade it off just to get a fewer pieces having to deal with. How is bishop takes knight? Bishop takes. The knight comes in. The bishop runs away. Long term, these bishops pointing down on the king is very unpleasant.
Yeah, this looks scary. Why do you and if we try to hold on to the bishop here, if we just drop the bishop back to c7?
Yeah. So bishop c7, I guess that's more ambitious in a way. Because you're saying I do want to trade, but I'd rather trade these two knights. And yeah, to me it looks quite solid for black, this position. I really think Karthik has done a great job of defending, and even though he's down 11 minutes on the clock, one of the things I want to compliment him for is his speed.
Yeah.
Which sounds like I'm just mocking him, but really he has played tremendously quickly, given the circumstances and how you're prone to double check your calculations when you're playing a stronger opponent. But Hikaru's pace has been unbelievable, but Karthik's has been good, and he's very close to building a solid foundation here. He does, however, go for the trade between the bishops, bishop and the knight, and based on what we saw, it feels like maybe Hikaru can make something out of this. Black is very solid, but maybe these bishops can actually accomplish something.
Okay, let's try and figure out how we want to go on about this. I mean, where do our pieces, the bishops, of course, will stay along those long diagonals. Maybe they will drop back to make sure that they're not vulnerable along that d file. Right now, they are both well defended. But then how do we want to go on about a king
We
side
need to push the pawns
attack?
at
We
some
need to
point.
push the pawns, yeah.
Yeah. But that's gonna weaken our king.
So you're saying the attack will make things rather double-edged?
No, I think Hikaru's not risking anything, but he's also in a very difficult spot to make something happen. Knight to e5 seems very natural, but if you do go knight to e5 at some point in the future, the knight will probably try and make its way to the c6 square when it will try and trade. So I think part of Hikaru's problem here is that anytime he moves forward, he's gonna kind of open up for there being trades.
Still 95 to me looks quite natural. One question I have, can black go rook c8 there and try to
Yeah.
exchange More pieces.
Rook c8 is a great move, and if then Hikaru wants to avoid the trade, then the knight comes in and guarantees a trade.
Okay, here
It's
we
one of
have
those cases where Hikaru's
yeah.
definitely better, but he's also not a lot better.
So Hikaru decided to go another direction, bishop b1, and now we had some moves coming quickly, and he's dropped back. I was talking about dropping back maybe one of the bishops, make sure there's no danger along the d file, but he immediately drops back both. I guess.
Yeah,
Mhm.
good decision by Hikaru. Bishops are long distance pieces. They are one of the few pieces that can stay on the edge of the board and it actually be completely fine. Because as long as their diagonals are open, they will influence the game.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Hikaru has to do, and I think that he's doing very well, is Karthik really, you all said it already, I have to say I'm tremendously impressed. Um, by his speed, even if it looks ridiculous here, but also in the classical game, but also just his confidence, he's playing the mighty Hikaru. He's a player that's far from being established on that level or anywhere near it. And he hasn't let himself be put under any pressure. So I think one of the things that Hikaru is trying to do here is keep enough life in the position until Kartik gets down to, a couple of minutes. Because then 10-second increment might sound like a lot, but it's not that much. And also, no matter how confident you are and no matter how relaxed, you will at some point get nervous when the time ticks down. So I think that's one of the things. Hikaru is playing natural moves. He's playing them quickly and he's trying to pass the ball back to Karthik as quickly as possible.
Yeah, agreed. But
So rook c8 makes a lot of sense to put the rook looking down at the white rook. We already mentioned if you're Karthik, you just want to exchange as many pieces as possible. And I'm still dreaming of that. Can I not try to set up a queen bishop battery? What happens if I play queen d3?
good question. I would think maybe the rook just steps back.
And I can take on f6, yeah, because the king.
The thing is, how dangerous is it actually if you get
Yeah.
your queen involved? That's a very important detail. It looks nice having the bishop and queen working together, trying to infiltrate. But at the end of the day, if you give away one of your prized bishops, the queen recaptures. Yes, you can infiltrate, but is this actually good for white having the queen kind of attacking the king, but the king actually is doing quite well here in the center of the board, and losing control of the dark squares by giving up your bishop, it means that now black's king, black's queen, very safe on the dark squares of the board. And we see in addition this rook pointing down is actually causing the eval bar to say this is a winning position for black. So Hikaru says giving up the bishop to move this knight is not going to be a viable option. And Hikaru then says, okay, I'll use the pawn instead. He's pushing his pawn forward because he does want to do this queen infiltrating plan, but he doesn't want to give up his bishop in the process. So the knight retreats for Karthik, and Hikaru continues up. A controversial decision, it always is when you put your pawn to stand in the path of your own bishop. But Hikaru then hopes that having the queen and other bishop working together is going to make up for that. But once again, Karthik defending very confidently and very, very well. It is said that you cannot be checkmated with a knight on f8. And as all the with all chess sayings, there's a bit of truth to it. And right now, this knight controlling the h7 square, taking the sting out of Hikaru's plan of getting the queen and bishop working together. Black is just very, very solid. I'm once again very impressed by the defensive work here by the reigning Indian champion.
Yeah, I agree completely. There was a question, a comment in the chat maybe 10 minutes ago, that how well Karthik is playing and defending, and that hopefully Hikaru doesn't get frustrated. I think Hikaru is so experienced that hopefully this doesn't. I don't think it will happen, but I thought it's a good point. I think you can easily get frustrated when you're much higher rated. Your opponent, and no disrespect, I mean, Karthik is a very strong GM, but the two players are in different leagues. Yet Hikaru hasn't been able to prove anything. He's gotten good positions. He's gotten a lot of pressure. But Karthik never broke. I mean, his defense has just been incredible. So hopefully Hikaru can keep a clear head and not let himself get frustrated by that.
And look at the clocks now.
Yeah.
I mean, Hikaru at some point here was up by 12, 13 minutes, and now it's down to 7. And that's what I'm talking about, how I was so impressed with his quick play. Because yes, he was massively down on time, Karthik, but he was, having a pretty easy to play position as a result of all the good decisions he had made in the time he had spent. And right now, with this queen to g5, suddenly it's black thinking about creating an attack. The queen points down on the white king, and coming up next is the knight. So if now Hikaru is not paying attention, this knight will make its way up the board, attacking together with the queen, working against the bishop, against the white queen, but also the pawns protecting in front of white's king.
Yeah, also the bishop from e8 would find a lovely home here on c6, where it can add to the pressure towards g2. Very impressive stuff, I have to say, by Karthik. I've been really, really impressed by his play.
And right now, the obvious move for Hikaru is to push this pawn one step forward, because then you're taking control of the two squares that the knight wants to utilize. But then there are some trickiness with the knight jumping into the center. This knight cannot be captured because the queen is pointing down on the rook. So the bishop needs to keep the protection of the rook. That's why this knight is safe, attacking the queen. And if the queen steps forward, the knight continues jumping around, attacking the rook, and then the knight comes around, attacking both the queen and the bishop. A situation where black is the one having the advantage and the pressure. So suddenly Hikaru needs to be aware of these knights trying to jump around the board, causing headaches. And as such, I think this rook f1 move is very sensible, because it steps out of that trick with the queen pointing down on the rook, which means there's no way for this knight to improve its positioning right now.
Is Hikaru also looking to play f4? What do you think?
For sure. I think so. To prevent the opponent to get to the f4 square, one of the best ways of doing that is playing f4, because then you extend the influence of the rook.
Mm-hmm.
So if now the bishop comes to point against g2, like you mentioned, Fiona, then I like f4 because it increases the scope for the rook, and thereby takes control over that square where the black knight wanted to go. But yeah, no, this pawn push in the center was very committal from Hikaru. It weakened his bishop, and it enabled the opponent's bishop to kind of point in behind the pawn. And that's one of the problems of being aggressive with your pawns, that when your opponent can then get diagonals in behind your pawns, you cannot block those diagonals.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, is there anything wrong here with Karthik was there, well, he's now played rook d8, but was there anything wrong with going knight g6 anyway? Why was that not
Knight
good?
g6 seemed like a good move.
Mm.
Bishop c. Right now, if I'm entirely honest with you, Fiona, I've had a change of heart. And this is typically what happens when you're trying to go for the win. You realize, okay, I need to push my pawn forward to try and get the win. But 5 moves later, you realize, oh, I wish my pawn could move backwards. And right now, I prefer black's position. I really like the idea of this knight coming into the f4 square. I think this bishop that was kind of just it was put in storage for the opening and middle game, but now towards the end game, this bishop is going to come in and be very powerful, pointing down towards the white king.
I guess one of the problems if you play f4 is that pawns don't go backward. It is, I think, a tempting move, but also a very committal move.
Yeah, but Hikaru's searching for win. I think if this was game 2, yeah, I think if this was game 2, Hikaru just wouldn't want to take the risk of playing f4. And he would just say, wow, very well defended. We'll go into quick or rapid, where I'm very confident. But because this is game 1, Hikaru, I think, might be more desperate to win because he doesn't want to suffer with a black game. And that may provoke him into playing more riskily than he would otherwise. So I really think there's an interesting psychology about the order in which you have your colors, in particular white game.
So that means, I guess, you think there's a chance he will play f4 here.
Yeah, I think he will.
Okay, so let's just have a quick look for other candidate moves. If not f4, how can we improve our position?
Well, g3 is the move that kind of speaks to me. G3 and king h2, just gradually trying to take control over some of the squares that black clearly wants to utilize with this knight coming in via the g6 square. The problem right now is that this previous move, rook to d8, it's not really hiding black's intentions. The rook takes control of the d4 square, which is then supporting the knight coming in. So if we go g3 now, black is going to play knight to d4. And that's going to disrupt our queen. And it's going to cause us some headaches because, frankly, our queen doesn't have a good square to go to. If the queen moves up, then the bishop will come in and suddenly black is just winning.
And Hikaru does go f4.
So part of the reasoning for this is Hikaru wants to take control of the square d4 where the knight is headed. And right here in this position, he just couldn't do that. So he plays f4 to kick the queen back. And now that the queen is being kicked back, now white can move up, taking control of the d4 square, because if he had done that previously, then he would have lost the game to the trade, followed by a free bishop being captured by the rook.
So in that position, if Karthik, first of all, okay, Karthik is thinking, where is he thinking of going apart from e7? Forward to g3? No, he does go back. And king h2 on the board.
So Hikaru, now realizing that he's been very aggressive with his pawns, he understands that his king no longer had sufficient protection. So he tries to move the king a bit out of the way. Sensible play.
Okay, Kaitik's time is also dropping down now, 6.5 minutes. We're still up 5 minutes on the clock, which is a nice time edge. And I still think, even if the position is objectively speaking equal, I still feel that it's harder to play for black. One thing I'm wondering, you know me,
It's
I'm
harder to play for black because Hikaru is sitting on the other side.
but also I feel I would take white any day here, but that's also
Oh,
because
really?
I'm like an attacking coffee house player. I mean, I'm already wondering, can I play F5 next and just, push him, baby?
Yeah, no, I'm like my playing style is very much one of being scared of space and pawns being pushed forward because I'm scared of creating weaknesses. So yeah, I guess our styles are very much complete opposites,
Yes.
and this position illustrates it in that I would prefer the black pieces and you would prefer white. I do think pushing f5 would be,
Asking for trouble?
well, it's just that, so to me, I'm like, I would never do that because then
Hmm.
suddenly I have an isolated pawn in the middle. And then
Hmm.
the computer
Okay,
says,
but
"Oh, you can do that because
yeah.
it increases the scope of your pieces and your initiative." And yeah, I'm trying to work on that, but I'm definitely having a lot of weaknesses in assessing short term initiatives.
Hmm.
And this would maybe be an example of me hating a position that's not actually so bad.
Okay, but I also feel I don't have to do it immediately. I can always keep F5 up my sleeve. I would love to get my knight to E4, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Do you want me to move it then? Website will not allow me. The problem is once you start moving this knight back,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
suddenly everything is being under
yeah,
attack
yeah.
from both the rook and the knight. So if there was like a magic knight move, then that would be good. But no such
Okay,
thing
Hikaru sides
exists.
with the sensible rook c1, aligning his rook with the enemy queen. I feel that black will move. It's knight d6, it's red right
But
now.
I want
Surely
to
the
remind you, he played rook c1 to f1 less than 5 moves ago.
Yeah, but things change, Suddenly
Yeah.
there's a target on the C file.
No, I'm just saying. It's I feel like
But he had to
he's
play rook
struggling
f1.
getting the pieces to work
But he
together
had to play rook
perfectly.
f1 to play f4, right? And after
Yeah.
f4 was achieved, suddenly the rook isn't doing much on f1 anymore. And Kaifek plays the knight to d4, and I feel, can things not get a little tactical here?
Yeah, I would think so. Queen can move and try and put pressure against the black knight and the black queen. The problem being that the black knight will then move out of the way, attacking the rook, protecting the queen, and opening up between the two queens. After which Hikaru has no choice but to trade queens, but at the same time, everything he's been doing has been based on trying to create an attack, so he doesn't really want to trade the queens off. And that's visible in the move he chose, queen to f1, in that he wants to keep the queens on the board. Wow. But this is actually very good for Hikaru because now what has happened with this knight moving out of the b5 square is that the knight is no longer keeping the d6 square under control. And that means Hikaru now has serious hopes of trying to get this knight established on the d6 square. Knight b3 has been played, putting pressure on the rook. But now, computer says bishop moving here is very good for white, but I would also think just moving the rook out of the way and then establishing the knight on the d6 square seems tempting as well. So Hikaru's definitely making progress right now. He is about to get a piece on the d6 square, preferably the knight, but there are some circumstances in which even the bishop gets to that outpost.
Yeah, I feel like knight b3, we had to wait a long time, but knight b3 is finally uh, an inaccuracy, and I feel with Karthik now under 5 minutes, if Hikaru plays either bishop a3 or rook d1, and I mean, it's hard to imagine another move, right? Because the rook is under attack, the rook cannot go to a1, so the only alternatives are rook b1, which doesn't do anything, and rook e1, which also doesn't do much. So I think Hikaru is gonna only consider really the two strong moves. And I think finally we've got some proper hope here that something is happening and that Hikaru is getting an edge here. What do you
Yeah,
think it's going to be? Bishop a3, rook d1?
I think it's gonna be rook d1 because I really think he wants the knight here, not the bishop. Um, but the computer is very adamant that moving the bishop first is better.
Let's try and figure out why. So if bishop a3, where does the queen go?
Why can the queen not go here and attack the bishop? Ah, because then the rook once again aligns itself with the queen, and there's now very trickiness in that if you try and increase this pressure, the bishop can move out of the way, give a check on the king while also opening up for the rook
Bishop
against the
a3.
queen.
Here we go.
So maybe this queen is just out of good squares?
Yeah, at least d4 doesn't look like we want
Well,
to go
he
to the
can't go
d.
d4 based
Yeah.
on what we just saw.
So the queen has to step back.
Yeah, I would guess he's going to a7. Because
So if
if you go to a7, you keep the pressure on the bishop, which is important. Because
Mhm.
as long as the bishop is under attack, the knight cannot move up because the knight needs to protect the bishop. Ooh, but look at this. Rook d1 we talked about, but here rook to c3, much better. One, because it attacks the knight, but when the knight moves, the rook will take over the defense of the bishop, which in turn will allow the knight to get to the square where it wants to go. Ooh, but queen a7 was played, and Hikaru misses out on this fantastic rook c3 opportunity. Rook c3 would have been great both in kicking back the knight, but crucially defending the bishop. Hikaru here instead plays rook to d1, and that now Hikaru is struggling to get the knight into the d6 square because every time he tries to go there, his bishop will be lost on the edge of the board. That was actually a big missed opportunity for Hikaru, and he didn't spend a lot of time on that decision. He wants to play quickly to put pressure on the clock, but here, this is one of those times where it would have been better to really contemplate your decision, and that's what's so tricky in these rapid games. You want to play quickly almost always to kind of put pressure on the opponent,
Mhm.
but then you need to find those precise moments that you slow down and say, this is the crucial moment for me to benefit from the pressure I've put my opponent under.
Yeah, I think rook d1 looked like such a natural move, and Hikaru has been sticking to the strategy of putting pressure on the clock. His opponent is down to 3.5 minutes, but suddenly after rook d5, his position is just quite solid again. Um,
And it's all about preventing
yeah.
the entry on the d6 square for the knight. By moving the queen back to a7, putting pressure on this bishop, Karthik is making sure that Hikaru cannot infiltrate immediately. And if Hikaru then first moves the bishop back in order to move the knight up next, then bishop b5 sees this dormant bishop coming into play, putting pressure on plenty of white pieces on the diagonal.
Yeah, and I think Hikaru needs to be just a tiny bit careful now, actually, because yeah, this position, for example, here we would be in serious trouble as white. I think if Hikaru is, in the worst case, he'll just take on f8. I think he's not going to do that because he wants to keep the pieces on the board. He wants to see Kartik drop under 3 minutes, but the times are actually evening out. Look at that. Hikaru's now
Yeah,
under
I'm
5 minutes.
very impressed by the Indian player. And I said it when he was down 12 minutes on the clock. I was accepting that I was going to be ridiculed for praising his pace at that point. But I feel vindicated now that we've seen how the game develops. He was down 12 minutes on the clock at some point, but the time he invested early on, he still played quickly enough to avoid the massive time pressure, and he played well enough. That's the key, right? You want to spend enough time to find the best moves so that your opponent gets frustrated later on, and the times equalize as a result of Karthik's excellent defense. Had Black played worse, then Hikaru could have played quicker, because then it would have been easier for Hikaru to find the good moves.
There's a question in the chat. Why can't we take on f8 and then put the knight to d6?
Yeah, that's what Hikaru should do. But it loses us a bishop. So that's the main issue, that we lose one of our prized bishop possessions, but at least we get our knight into our optimal square. So honestly, I think this is what Hikaru's gonna end up doing, but he's not gonna like making trades.
Hikaru, for the first time in the game, is down on the clock. I did not see that one coming, but here we are. This is the position we are seeing now. Suddenly, we have this still symmetrical pawn structure on the king side, even material, and all the pieces are completely equal. Jan Ludwig, how can we dream of still getting an edge here? What would have to... Can we somehow think of playing rook b1, get the rook into b7? Is that an idea?
I'm actually gonna back one of your previous ideas. Bishop c4, having the knight and bishop pointing in towards this black pawn formation, and then potentially breaking it open with a pawn push afterwards. Also, now this queen infiltrating is going to be much stronger since we have the knight supporting the attack. If the queen manages to come in behind the black pawns. In general, I feel like there are quite a few options here for white. My concern is this move queen to e3. If we could just get one move to stabilize the position and play bishop c4 or play queen f3, just taking control of some of these dark squares in the center. That's why we're so unhappy we had to give away our dark squared bishop. It has lessened our control of those places. And here, queen to e3, he'd spent a minute and a bit on that move, but it's an excellent move. The queen is so annoying. It's preventing the white queen from getting up. And look at this. Hikaru actually just steps back. Hikaru's previous move was moving that knight forward. The queen comes in, and Hikaru says, you know what? I'm gonna just have to step back. That queen is too annoying to have to deal with. I'm gonna have to retreat my knight from its optimal square in order to push you back.
And if the queen drops back to a7, we will be back in the same position, right?
Yeah, but now Karthik is thinking, I might even find a better square for the queen. It might be even better having the queen on c5, because then it exerts some extra pressure on the white knight. But no, he does return to base. And Hikaru is not going to make a draw right now because suddenly Karthik down to less than 2 minutes on the clock. This is where Hikaru wants to strike. He just needs to keep his knight controlling this e3 square to avoid the queen infiltrating.
So what do we do if not forward with the knight? You talked about improving the queen. Is queen f3 a move here, or are there some...
Queen f3, maybe the bishop can come in. Honestly, I feel like this rook is pretty good. I was thinking maybe we can go bishop to e4, but the question then becomes, will black be able to make some trades here with the queen just attacking, well, everything?
Yeah, yeah, this doesn't look like anything.
So rook b1 played by Hikaru, challenging the knight, and wow, knight to d2, amazing defensive move. This guy is playing out of his mind right now. The knight was under attack from the rook, but the knight just ends up moving to a square that was protected by Hikaru's pieces. But when the white knight captures black's knight, even though right now white is up an entire knight, it allowed the queen to come back into this very powerful e3 square. And now the queen is attacking both the knight and the bishop at the same time. You cannot protect both. And Karthik, in doing that maneuver, has managed to go for another trade. That being said, look at this knight making its way back to the d6 square. It was a very tricky trade, but he's not out of the woods just yet. The knight pointing to the queen. The queen has no choice but to recapture the bishop. And after these trades, the knight establishes itself deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, it feels like this ending, of course, should be a draw, but that it's still a little unpleasant for black. With the monster knight on d6, the pressure along that back rank, you know, how do you deal with that? If I look at this position, I imagine myself in the black in black's shoes with a minute on the clock. I would be sweating, I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, I'm liking Hikaru's chances here. Karthik tries to go for a counterattack with his bishop, pointing, hopefully together with his rook, is what he's thinking, towards the white king in the corner. But here Hikaru can move his rook up, disturb the bishop's positioning. Good move here from Hikaru. If the bishop wants to keep pointing towards the white pawn, then he needs to go bishop to d5. But if he does do that, then the rook will come in, give checks, and create problems. And the counterattack is not in time because white rook will be able to both capture black pawns and lend a defensive hand to his own king. So Karthik here, the bishop being challenged, the bishop actually has to retreat. And here Hikaru, pawn to h4. He's trying to just move the pawns up the board as far as he can come.
Under a minute now for Karthik. I mean, he's been defending almost perfectly. I think knight a3 was the only mistake we saw in this game, or was it bishop a3, when rook c3 became a possibility.
I don't know, Fiona. I think maybe this tricky knight trade maneuver has to count as a mistake because as a result of that maneuver, even though he got a lot of trades, he now has to deal with this white knight on d6 with less than 1 minute on the clock. It's not a mistake in that, oh, computer says this is bad, but it's a mistake from a practical point of view, in that now Hikaru's moves are easy, which enable Hikaru to put so much more pressure on the clock.
Yeah, and well, Valentin in the chat is saying Hikaru just needs to avoid risks. I think he has done that now. There were some moments where we felt, okay, black is getting a bit active for our liking, but I don't think Hikaru can ever lose this position any longer. But f6, probably another good move by Karthik.
I think it's an excellent move. It's a really, really good move because he's going after the pawn on e5, and the pawn on e5 is the one defending the knight. So we need to keep this pawn in order to keep the knight. They are dependent on each other. But what Karthik is doing here is saying that, well, if you just try and move your king over towards the middle of the board, I will create an isolated pawn, a pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns, and then I will attack that pawn. And then Hikaru will not be able to keep his situation with the pawn and knight working beautifully together. Hikaru is fancy here. Hikaru takes on f6, the idea being that he sacrifices his knight, hoping that he can get his pawn in to become a new queen. So Hikaru gives up the knight, but it's not really a sacrifice because then the pawn would queen afterwards. After the recapture, knight to b7, Hikaru's now going in towards a pawn endgame. And pawn endgames are notoriously difficult to calculate, especially when you're low on time. But the move f5 here seems very good because you want to try and prevent the white pawns from rushing forward on the side of the board.
Under 10 seconds.
Ooh, h5, that feels like a mistake. That feels like a very, very risky move by Karthik. There are some situations here now where Hikaru can go for the trade into a pawn endgame and then try and get a pawn on the side of the board. Ooh, but wow, very, very calmly calculated by the Indian player. He sees that his king will be able to make it back in time to stop the white pawn rushing the side of the board. That is wow. That is cool defending right there.
Yeah, I mean h5, it looked like it might be a
What about
mistake.
this move?
That
And then h5? Oh, the rook comes in to both grab the white pawn and get back into defense afterwards. Wow,
so
very, very calm and
wow.
collected play. The king steps back for Hikaru, but that's kind of a sign that he's not going to be winning this
But
game.
have we lost the connection to the times?
What's happening on the board?
Mm.
This check, I'm not sure I like this check. He's allowing
But he's
Hikaru.
looking nervous now. He's looking really
Well,
nervous.
he has 10 seconds left on the clock. How can you
That's
not
a fair
be nervous?
point.
I'm not sure I like that he kind of helped Hikaru's king get into the center. Hikaru can now go rook c5, trying to get the trade between the rooks, and then say that it's a problem for black that this pawn is on a light square because then it's kind of not working super well together with the bishop. G3, E5, going for pawn trades makes sense. Pawn trades happen, but the king gets even further up the board. Ooh, but now he gets his bishop. So black managed to avoid the trouble with the white rook pointing in towards the black king. But he hasn't avoided the potential trade of rooks. But I don't think that's going to be a big issue because right now there's so few pawns remaining for Hikaru. He can't really do much. And Hikaru here, like if Hikaru doesn't do anything, if Hikaru just sits still, then this rook is just gonna attack the king. Okay, so Hikaru went with the knight, attacked the bishop moved, knight back, bishop back.
I mean, still, that king is so stuck on the back rank. I mean, it always feels like there might be some tactics, but Karthik just defends so well. I mean, I can't believe that he didn't falter at any moment.
Yeah, and the king is rushing over to the king side to keep these guys protected. At some point, he's going to get his king to g6 from where the king is defending both the remaining pawns. Hikaru's only hope is trying to trade the rooks and then go after this black pawn somehow.
Yeah, but it's really difficult because your king cannot infiltrate, right? The bishop and the pawn combined do such a great job of keeping the king out.
Well, the thing is, Hikaru has both his pawns on the dark squares, so the bishop can never attack those pawns. So when you trade off the rooks, you're guaranteeing yourself that, well, there's never going to be an issue in that the bishop can never attack the pawns.
I feel that's what I would do. I think with both players on the minute, I would be like, okay, let me first make sure I'm never gonna blunder anything. I can't lose any longer. But of course, by trading rooks, you also diminish your winning chances. So I think
Yep. But look at
Hikaru,
this. Hikaru moves the knight out of the way, but then rook check on the king moves, and then the rook can start to attack this g3 pawn. Hikaru's pushing very hard for a win here, but maybe he's pushing too hard. Right now, it's the white pawns that's the most vulnerable.
and Karthik's still thinking.
So Hikaru's kind of bluffing that he gives this rook the opportunity to move up, thinking that he won't do that because then the white king will be able to move up. There was some kind of delay in the transmission. Rook to e7 was played. Check, king moves up, but now this king gets its optimal defensive positioning. And now the king is no longer a weakness on the side of the board. That being
But
said,
Hikaru is looking for a cheeky checkmate after knight c8. He's looking for knight e7, knight g8.
always trying to do something here. That would be a checkmate if the knight makes its route over.
So if rook g1, is black actually lost after knight e7?
That would be cute, but I don't think so. Like worst case, the bishop can just step back and keep all the dangerous squares under control. Yeah, I think this is I think it's going to be a draw, but it was a valiant effort from
Yeah.
well, from both guys really.
Okay, we have a bunch of moves coming in. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we kind of got that defensive idea with the bishop stepping back, but keeping the control of the squares that the white knight wants to use.
And it's hard to... Okay, knight e5, hitting the pawn on f6. How does black defend?
The problem right now is that even if black loses a pawn, then it should still clearly be a draw as long as they go into like a rook endgame. So I would think something like even a mistake like king to g6, even though here Hikaru manages to win something, this should be a fairly elementary draw down a pawn for black. The rook keeps checking the king. Hikaru has to move the king very far out of the way. But is that a big problem? Can the knight and rook work together against this f6 pawn? Knight to f4. I do like that move because it blocks the rook's defense of f6. Wow. Now rook f7. Hikaru's very close to managing to make something happen. Rook f7, rook takes pawn, king steps back. Check. The knight captures the pawn, but also checks the king, protects the rook, and attacks the black rook. This would be one
Rook
of those
f7 is on the
examples
board.
where Hikaru would win it.
I mean, he's so good at continually creating problems. But Kartik can still take, right? And
Oh,
after,
he's very nervy in his movements.
yeah, Kartik who keeps dropping back on the just to the
And
10
he's
second mark.
allowing Hikaru to move the king closer in. That's not a good sign. It means he's not seeing a defense. Hikaru is very close to winning this right now.
Oh, okay, so f6 is going to drop here.
Hikaru wins a pawn on move 80. Wow, it's taken some time, but perseverance pays off. Hikaru now about to win a pawn. Actually, is he winning two pawns? What happens here? Rook takes, check on the king. The king needs to step back. Then Hikaru can capture another pawn. But the problem is that the bishop will attack the knight, and when the knight retreats, there will be a recapture. So even though Hikaru's won a pawn, he doesn't have a winning position at the moment, simply because there's not enough pawns remaining on the board. But Hikaru now needs to try and figure out a way of keeping this guy alive, the pawn on g3, making sure that the black rook cannot capture that one.
But I really like the computer suggestion here, rook f7 followed by rook c7, forcing the rooks off.
Yeah, no, I really don't like that.
You
That's
think
gonna.
that's just a dead draw?
I think so. I think you can't really. It massively simplifies Black's task
But
in
you
that.
have to hold on to the g3 pawn
Yeah,
otherwise, and
that's
how do you
true.
do that?
Well, I mean, if it's the only way of doing it, then you have to do it. But
Yeah.
trading the rooks does make it easier. I was also wondering if Karthik could maybe take both of the pawns and give up the bishop, but that doesn't actually work. Hikaru's going to be a classic, clever chess player and repeat the moves. So he's going back and forth an additional time to gain some time on the clock. Ooh, but then he captures the pawn on h5, and that is a mistake from Hikaru because now it enabled Karthik to capture this white pawn
Yeah,
on
but maybe there was just no way.
G3.
I mean, it's hard calling it a mistake when there was maybe no way, right? If trading rooks wasn't winning and then this isn't enough, I mean, there were no other attempts over there.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. And Karthik is still stressed out of his mind.
I think, the tension in these situations is just no matter how relaxed you are, like it will get to you eventually. And the player is actually going to get a very short break after this game because the next one starts 13 minutes from now.
I assume they're gonna get like a minimum of 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I
Um,
think as well.
but yeah, this is gonna be a tough day for Karthik if he's gonna have to defend like a champ every single game.
Do we still have any practical chances here or?
I would definitely practical chances. The thing is, this was interesting. He could have captured the pawn on h5, and then rook and knight versus rook is a draw. But rook and knight versus rook is it can be tricky when your king is in the corner of the board. So he doesn't. He had the option of going for what he's 100% sure is a draw, but he
Yeah.
chose not to because he's a bit scared that oh maybe I won't get my king out of the corner,
Mm-hmm.
and that's going to be an issue. Um, and so Hikaru can try and make a situation where yeah no Hikaru can't really make anything. I'm trying to think how this knight can work together with the pawn to push the king out. But yeah, I can't really, even in a dream scenario, I can't put the pieces in any way that would make a result. Like basically the knight needs to control this square and then we need to kick the king back. But anytime the knight controls here, it's just going to be captured by the
Sure.
black
Yeah.
bishop. So Yeah, no, there's no hope. Very, very, very good defensive display under pressure from Karthik, but he was very nervous. I mean, just watching the camera, his nerves are so high. And even when we thought it was a fairly easy draw, he did land himself in trouble, which bodes well long term for Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hikaru, I think the main thing is I hope he doesn't get frustrated. This is the second game with the white pieces where he certainly got some pressure, and Karthik just defended so well. The next game he will be black. I'm curious to see what will happen there. Okay, let's first let this one come to term. There is still that extra pawn. There is still the chance that black will get nervous, but Karthik has also done a great job building his time up, and having 50 seconds is so much nicer compared to, constantly playing on 10 seconds.
Yeah, and now bishop c2 available for black, putting pressure in towards the rook and towards the knight. The rook can give a check, but then the king approaches the pawn. So this is the kind of thing where it just seems like black has everything under control. After knight f4, you can take this guy and then take the pawn. But then maybe Hikaru's going to play on this. I don't know.
I think he will play on for sure.
Oh, he actually takes the knight immediately. So now we have a rook versus bishop situation. It's move 95. Move 95. And that means the 50 move rule is in effect. If you're not able to win the game for 50 moves without a piece being captured or pawn being moved, then the game is declared a draw. And right now, with no
Also,
pawns remaining on the board and any capture ending the game immediately, that means we're now on a ride to move 145.
and
To
that's only if Karthik has access to a screen where the move numbers are displayed. Otherwise, he won't know.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, if you're about to lose, you
Yeah,
claim a draw.
yeah.
And then you kind of hope you made the 50 move limit.
Mm.
So this is slightly unpleasant for black because he's on the edge of the board. But the thing is, as long as you keep your bishop on the diagonal, basically on this diagonal here, the white king can never go to the f5 square. So what you're going to want to do is put your king on h5, and then you're going to say, well, you can never checkmate me because my bishop controls this square, and you need to have your king here if I have my king here in order to do the checkmate. In order to do the checkmate, the kings need to be opposite each other. So the way black makes a draw is just making sure that you place your king in such a way that your bishop controls the kind of checkmating square. Oh yeah. Also here, another technique is just hiding in the corner, and then this is known as a draw because of some stalemate patterns. It's in my opinion a bit less satisfying of a way making a draw with the bishop, but it turns out even hiding out in the corner is good enough.
Yeah. Would you say, like we saw that Karthik was very nervous, would you say it's an easy hold now, or?
It should be, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, if he messes this up, it's gonna make headlines. But that's kind of in the back of your mind while
Yeah,
you're sitting there, right?
yeah,
You're like, yeah, I'm gonna make a draw against Hikaru, but let's still, let's double check a little bit,
yeah.
because if I mess up this like elementary endgame, this is the kind of endgame I would expect someone at your level to know very well, Fiona.
I can't tell if I think I'm being trolled.
You're not being trolled. I think expecting a 2200 player to be familiar with the bishop in the corner
But no, I
Uh,
did
does
think. I
this
mean, when
work?
I started, I've never played. I've defended Rook against Rook and Knight. That's one of the only ones I've had in practice, and that was easy enough without knowing anything. But
Yeah.
here, when it started, I thought, how confident would I be that I could hold this? But it was
Yeah,
even
I would
before we
then
started.
suggest you put this into your open your
No, but
training schedule.
I actually thought that I would put my king into the corner as well. So I think I had, some, I'd seen it
Yeah,
before,
but
let's say.
it's important which corner. If you go to the corner that's
Oh,
the
this,
same color as your own bishop, then you lose.
no, this I understand.
Yeah.
This I understand.
So it's kind of the bishop is working as a blockader uh, to the king, and then you're relying on stalemating patterns because your opponent can never kind of put you in a Zugzwang because every time it's a Zugzwang, it's also stalemate.
Yeah, and we're still 30 moves away. Um,
I'm expecting the next one to be a draw. To be honest,
uh-huh.
I think Karthik is gonna be extremely tired. I think in a way, Hikaru playing this on, knowing that like there's maybe only a 3-4% chance Karthik is gonna blunder. I think it's still a very clever strat from Hikaru because he's really tiring his opponent, which
Hmm.
means his opponent is gonna be less ready
Yeah.
to have a big fight with the white pieces.
Yeah, because I think most other games will start again in 4 minutes. These players will get, I think it's, as you said, a 10-minute break is mandatory, but the 10-minute break after such an intense game, that's a very short break. It's barely enough, to calm your nerves. And in this situation for Hikaru, it's almost like the recovery period has started already, it's almost, even if he's still playing,
Yeah, he's
uh,
done with this game.
yeah.
He doesn't care if he doesn't win right now. He's just trying to tire out the opponent.
Is any other game still going? I see you checking right now.
I'm trying to check the potential opponent for Hikaru in the
Mm-hmm.
next round. I know that's getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I wanted to see because I saw someone in chat saying who will Hikaru play in the next one if he
Yeah.
makes it. And the answer to that is that that match, the winner of the match that will decide Hikaru's opponent or Karthik's opponent, that has they are still they are playing a tiebreak now as well.
And it
And so
is.
I'm browsing to try and find the
I
result now.
just browsed the game as well. Hikaru's game is the only game that is still going. So I think, well, we'll see it on the camera. I think all the other games will resume, all the other matches will resume in 3 minutes, while these guys will get a break um, when once this game is done.
And we're now on move 125, which means we need an additional 20 moves before it has been 50 moves without a pawn being captured, or no pawn being moved or a piece being captured.
So we are getting closer. To me, Hikaru looks like, in a sense, almost he's already thinking, okay, what opening am I going to play in the next game? What kind of strategy? I think for Hikaru, actually, more so than deciding on an opening, it's more deciding, am I happy potentially to make a quick draw? If that's a possibility, or do I want to push with the black pieces to try and get this match done and dusted? What do you feel? What do you feel is the best strategy?
Well, I think Hikaru is saying that he preferred the quicker. And now Karthik is trying to talk to the arbiter about asking for the 50 move rule count. I think now that I think what's going to happen is that the arbiter should give Hikaru an extra 2 minutes because of this incorrect disruption. So I think Karthik stopping the clock must be counted as a claim for the 50 move rule. That claim should be denied because 50 moves have not been played. Which should give Hikaru an additional 2 minutes. But the problem is, Hikaru doesn't really care about how much time he has. He only cares about how little time Karthik has. So by making this incorrect claim, he's actually giving himself some breathing room where the clock gets stopped, where he can try and calm himself down. And so he's actually kind of gaining from this. So it's a very it's not good, but it's very clever. And also we can see here that the arbiter is pretty bad. So what should have happened is that the arbiter immediately should have said, no, the claim is not valid, and we will continue the game. So the arbiter shouldn't have spent 1 minute making this decision, because she should have known already that, well, yeah, this was an incorrect claim. But
I'm
now
curious,
she also has to spend extra time giving Hikaru those 2 minutes. And Hikaru, frankly, would rather the game just continue rather to have an additional minute to fix the clock.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious because Chidok was saying earlier when I said, well, Karthik probably won't know when it's 50 moves, and Chidok said it probably the move should have the clock should have a move counter, which I thought, oh yeah, that's a good point,
Yeah,
but
but
doesn't
he
look like it
doesn't
does.
know when the move counter started. And also, the arbiter is not supposed to say how many moves are left. So we don't know from what just happened. We don't have the audio. But
I think what happened is he
test
tried to
arbiters in general are pretty bad, is what I'm saying. So,
but I think he tried to ask her because Hikaru at some point got frustrated. So I think maybe Hikaru was saying like you can't, you
yeah,
know.
no, that's what I'm saying. Arbiters in general are pretty bad. So it wouldn't surprise me if she told him how many moves he has left, which she's definitely not supposed to do. In general, whenever arbiters get involved in chess, it's bad.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know the rules so well, but is it really in rapid? Are you just never allowed to know? Do you
I
just
mean,
have to rely on your
you can
feelings?
count loudly during the
Not
you
loudly,
can
that's against the rules
no
because it's disrupting your opponent. You can't talk during a game.
no, you're definitely allowed to count the.
I do not believe that.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
But you're not allowed to disrupt your opponent. I mean, talking
Yeah, but
loudly,
you're allowed to kind of be aware
just
how
count on
many
your
moves.
fingers, right? 2, 3.
I'm pretty sure you're allowed to count out loud, but yeah.
Interesting question. I mean, I've wondered about a lot of random chess rules, but this one I'd never been discussed before. I'll keep it in mind. I'll try to get to the bottom of it at some point.
The game is still gonna end in a draw though. Because
We are now 6 moves away from move 145.
well, does he know that?
No, probably not.
Well, he's not
And he's
counting,
gonna be
so
very reluctant to claim again so soon after. Because also, what happens if you claim twice
if you make a
incorrectly?
second incorrect claim,
We don't know what
I don't
happens.
actually know what happens, but I wouldn't do that.
No, but then you're
I
very
feel like
scared
then
of
the rules could
claiming
suddenly be
again.
like,
You lose.
yeah. I mean, and also he's not going to be checkmated in one move. So I
Yeah.
would just play on until if he blunders a checkmate, you just
After
make the claim then.
one very important rule we haven't mentioned yet is that after 75 moves, the arbiter has to declare the game a draw.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's gonna happen actually. I don't think he's gonna claim again.
Yeah, maybe.
The question is also, does Hikaru want to keep playing on for another 20 moves, or will he at some point have enough?
I feel like Hikaru's got a sense that at this point, even if the opponent blunders, the opponent is going to be aware enough to make the draw claim instead of resigning.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think
What do you think is we see Hikaru? I don't think he's thinking about the position. We're seeing him look, to the side. What do you think is going through his mind right now?
I think he's done with this game. He's thinking that I'm exhausting my opponent so that he doesn't have the energy to play for a win with white. And I think Hikaru's going like I'm gonna make a quick draw in the next one, and then I'm gonna kill him in the 10 minutes.
But making a quick draw in the next one would mean his opponent gets like an hour and a half, pretty much, of rest, right?
No, because they're behind on the schedule.
They are behind. That is true.
So
But
making a
still,
quick draw would
he
give
would
him
get an
maybe
hour or
an hour
something.
rest,
Yeah.
and that's fine with Hikaru because at some point in this game, Hikaru was up by 12 minutes. You
Hmm.
can do that in a 25-minute game, but you
Yeah.
cannot do that in a 10-minute one.
Yeah.
So I think Hikaru's going to be very confident about the speedier games,
Hmm.
and I think he's just going to want to. Because I mean, to some degree, he's also going to be tired from this. He's utilizing the opponent's tiredness, and
And
here they make a
yeah.
draw by stalemate. So yeah,
What's
he
interesting as well, Jan Ludwig, is that the other games actually did not resume. So I wonder, maybe they all have to start at the same time. So maybe everyone will start in 10 minutes.
yeah. So yeah. Well, and hmm. Well, then these tiebreak games or days are going to be very long.
Yeah. For sure. Anyway, guys, it's been also a long game for us. It's been a long game for the players. We're gonna go on a quick break now, and we will be back soon with the second game of 25 plus 10, where Hikaru will be playing with the black pieces. So we'll see you on the other side of this break. Hello and welcome back to the playoff day of this 2023 World Cup. We just saw an epic first game. How long was it? 140 something moves with Karthik once again just showing incredible uh, resourcefulness in defense. And now Hikaru is going to play game two with the black pieces. Jan Ludwig, you already said you think maybe Hikaru will try to be solid, make a quick draw, and go to the faster rapid games?
Yeah, I think part of the reason why Hikaru played on for 50 moves in that endgame is not because he thought it was a good chance to win, but more because he was trying to exhaust the opponent so that he wouldn't have energy with the white pieces. And here the players are ready, shaking hands, and we're off. Knight to f3. The same move Hikaru played in game one is going to be the opening of the day. Hikaru today choosing to put his pawns in the center of the board, and we have a queen's gambit, and Hikaru here going for the Tarash defense, an old favorite of Gary Kasparov, giving a black an isolated pawn in the center of the board, but also giving black very active piece play, especially this bishop pointing down towards the black king, and you can easily develop the other bishop as well. The rook can get an open file early on. So this is an opening that relies heavily on active piece play, but then also gives black a bad pawn in the center.
Is this a more ambitious approach by Hikaru than you were maybe expecting?
I think these days the Taraj is considered quite an attempt to kill the game. Like I think you're saying that you're giving yourself an early weakness, but you're gonna compensate for that in your piece placement, and that you can get an early kind of fight, an early confrontation that will often lead to stuff being traded off. That being said, white here expands with the pawns on the queen side, giving yourself a bit of an aggressive fianchetto here. So normally a fianchetto is when you move your pawn one step forward and give the bishop this little hut to look down the middle of the board. But white went for the extra version here, being more aggressive with these side pawns, but still getting the bishop pointing down through the middle. And the computer is quite liking white's position, which surprises me in that Hikaru is normally extremely well prepared, but right now it seems as though he was not too familiar with the nuances of this pawn to a3 move, because I thought here you're supposed to be very aggressive with black, immediately targeting towards the white king. But Hikaru instead just calmly playing on, allowing white to get their favored positioning of the pieces. And now one of the key ideas for white is trying to eliminate this black bishop, and thereby eliminating Hikaru's control of the square in front of the pawn, because that's often the key to this isolated pawn, the pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns. It wants to step forward and disrupt the coordination in white's camp.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because as you mentioned, Hikaru is incredibly well prepared, and he's played into all of this very quickly. He's barely spent any time so far. Why do you think the computer is giving white such an edge?
Either this is some very clever Hikaru prep, or Hikaru just played an opening where he wasn't familiar with the nuances. And right now, I am seriously leaning towards the second option. Hikaru is in trouble right now, and simply he simply played a bad opening, um, and that's yeah. No, this is not what I was hoping was going to happen this game at all. Hikaru now under some extreme pressure, the knight pointing in towards the pawn on b7, and if this pawn moves forward, it does attack the white knight, but the white knight can easily retreat, get a nice positioning in the center, and moving that pawn forward is going to be very bad for the black knight on c6, because that knight lost its anchor pawn, which means the black pawn no longer defending. It's going to be very easy for the white rook next to kick the knight out of position. And on the video feed right now, I can see Karthik getting up from his chair, walking around to look at some of the other games. And that's an amount of confidence we have not seen in this player previously. He normally has problems on the clock. He normally is being under under pressure from the get-go, but here white has a massive position, and he realizes how good his position is, so he actually feels like he needs to walk to kind of shake off. Often you get some extra nerves when you feel like, wow, I'm gonna win, or I have a really good situation. What is going on? He hasn't been in this spot so far in this match, and so it's normal to get a little bit nervy, realizing that, wow, I could actually win this.
Yeah, and we see Hikaru do something which we saw Karthik do in the previous games. When you're under pressure, you're trying to exchange some pieces. So knight e5 makes a lot of sense. I think knight takes b7 was a threat as well in that position. So Hikaru looking for some exchanges. Yes, this is the line I was talking about. This had to be avoided. So knight e5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but it's a terrible move in general when you have this isolated pawn. In general, when you have a pawn like this, the reason it's okay for you is because you have very active pieces. And right now, Hikaru is trying to trade off those good pieces. That's the reason you can justify having such a weak pawn. So, yeah, no, Hikaru is in big, big trouble here. And I think it's simply because he didn't know the opening. After a3, you're supposed to play the knight forward immediately because there's some kind of reasoning with if then the pawn attacks the bishop can immediately counterattack on the diagonal, and this was possible because you moved the knight out of the way, something like this. Um, and when Hikaru instead castled and allowed white to expand and push this bishop around and chase the bishop with the knight, Hikaru just ended up in a bad situation, and now he's gonna. I mean, if I'm Hikaru right now, I'm gonna be pretty nervy because I'm the big favorite in the match, and I'm in trouble with the black pieces in the final game. This is what I'm talking about. The disadvantage of having black in the final game is that if you get like a bad opening, such as Hikaru got here, then that could be it. One bad opening in a tied match where the opponent defended brilliantly with black first, you can get knocked out just like that, just from having one bad moment in one opening.
Let's look at the positives, though. Yes, the position right now is not good, but I feel I need
I'm
to
better with the
counter.
gloomy stuff.
I know, yeah, Ludwig. The good news is that we saw Karthik defending so resourcefully. I think Hikaru is one of the best defenders in the world. And yes, the position is unpleasant, but it's far from being a loss.
He's not down on material. He has developed most, if not all, of his pieces. So this is very much based on pleasantness rather than immediately losingness. So it's a very unpleasant position for black. White is risking absolutely nothing and has a lot of good options to choose between. But yeah, there's not like it's much easier to win a game if you have something very obvious to work with. If you have an extra pawn, then you try and trade everything and you win with the extra pawn. But in this circumstance, it's more like, yeah, you have a good position, but how do you exploit it? And it's a bit of a change of pace
Mhm.
for this match because Hikaru's had good pressure in two of his white games, and the only previous game in which Hikaru had the black pieces, the game was a draw within 20 moves.
Yeah, okay, let's look at another positive. Also, 95 has sent Kartik into the tank for the first time. What are the responses you think he's considering here?
Um, so you would like to make the trade. We
Mhm.
talked about this that trading in general is good because it takes away some of the active black pieces. That being said, after all of these trades, the problem is that it allows the black bishop and the black rook to work together against the e2 pawn. So you want to make the trade, but you first want to kick this bishop. So pawn to h3 is an interesting move. Trying to kick the bishop, and if the bishop returns, then you start making the trades. And then this becomes very pleasant for white, who will have long-term pressure, get the queen into the middle next, and just have that long-term pressure against the d5 pawn. However, if you do go with this h3 move, you need to consider that maybe then Hikaru will make the trade, giving white doubled pawns. But in this circumstance, having doubled pawns can actually be beneficial for white because now there's no longer a target for the black rook to point down on. And having this 4 versus 3 on the king side can actually enable white to keep pushing these pawns forward, trying to get an attack together with this magnificent bishop pointing down on the black king. And this bishop we actually remember from the first game these guys played today, because that was the same kind of bishop Hikaru had in game one. But Karthik, he does go for the immediate trade. So he wants to make the trade, but he makes it before he kicks the black bishop away from pointing in on the white pawn. And we're not getting a response from Hikaru despite there only being one acceptable move. And that's because Hikaru got up from the board and started walking around. He got himself a water bottle.
Important to stay hydrated. And there is bishop e5. So now if Karthik were to capture on e5, we would be back in the position we saw earlier, just a different move order, which that would increase, that would make Hikaru's position a lot easier to play with that pressure against e2. So do you expect h3 to be played now?
No, I'm expecting him to take the bishop.
And isn't that really good news?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Okay, he does play h3. That kind of surprises me. So if he had played h3 immediately, then Hikaru couldn't really trade his bishop for the knight because then the pawn would recapture and then this pawn would continue forward, kicking the black knight out of its nice placement in the center. I guess what he was concerned about was that Hikaru would get his knight established on the c4 square, but as you can see from the eval bar, this is just, yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for Hikaru, exemplified by this knight coming in with a double attack on the queen and on the rook.
And I think you
So
were just making the point that in that line, taking on f3 was no good, but here it becomes an option, and that's what Hikaru goes for.
yeah, Hikaru gets to keep this nice bishop in the center and instead gives up the other bishop. Karthik still takes back with the pawn. So very interesting. It looked as though the reason he didn't want to play h3 first was because he was scared of having these doubled pawns. When in fact, as it turns out now, he was perfectly fine with the doubled pawns. What he was scared of was the black knight coming into the c4 square, but that was very much a ghost. And he shouldn't have been scared of that. And instead now Hikaru gets to have a bishop in the center. And being a pawn grabber, as I am, I'm very intrigued why the computer is not advocating the move bishop to b2. So bishop to b2 would attack both the rook and the pawn. And if the rook moves, here comes the explanation. If we now capture the pawn, the bishop gets trapped on the edge of the board. And that actually also explains Hikaru's move, pawn to a5. Hikaru is saying, okay, I need some more pressure on the dark squares. If now pawn to f4, kicking the bishop will be able to do that double attack on the rook and on the pawn. And if the rook moves away, the bishop captures the pawn. Now moving the queen in is not going to trap the bishop. That's why Hikaru moved this pawn up, because the pawn now supports the bishop capturing another white pawn in a row. So that's why Karthik moves his queen out, the queen now protecting the b2 pawn, making sure that the black bishop cannot go there. But it also enables Hikaru to make a trade. And right now, this is very reminiscent of the first game these two players played today. because the same themes are in play. Hikaru would now very much like to remove the last white pawn remaining on the queen side of the board. Even if he's down a pawn at some point in this game, he'll probably be fine as long as he can eliminate everything on the one flank, the queen side of the board.
Someone in chat mentioned about opposite colored bishops. Do you feel that's a big factor here already, or it's too early for that?
Opposite colored bishops, I would say, is not a factor whatsoever. In that it goes towards being easier to make a draw. Very often, for opposite colored bishops to be very drawish, you need to have good protection on your diagonal down towards your king. So if this black pawn was further back, I don't know if this is visible with how I'm sharing the screen. I'm
Yeah, I
trying
think
to
so. I think it is.
Okay, so I'm moving the pawn kind of back to protect the diagonal. If the pawn was back here, then the opposite colored bishops would lead to very much a drawish result. But as it is, the potential for white to get the bishop up working together with the queen and maybe a rook also coming in, putting lots of pressure towards the f7 pawn, it means that the opposite colored bishops, if anything, is moving the game away from being drawish, because white could potentially both capture this important central pawn and get very, very good pressure in towards the black king afterwards, because black doesn't have the light squared bishop to keep this stuff defended. Right now, having this bishop move away from the dark squares over to the light squares might actually have been advantageous for Hikaru, because then the bishop would keep some of the key pawns defended very convincingly.
Yeah, Ludwig, let me ask you about one of the moves that I see the engine is suggesting here for Hikaru. It's a move I would never consider in a million years, and that move is g5.
Yeah, G5 is wild. And I think the fact that Hikaru's thinking now for quite some time means that he's considering this. Uh, Quite simply, right now, White's bishop is bad because it's being blocked by a pawn. But the reason Karthik was happy to go for this is because he feels like, well, I'll go f4 next move, and so it's not going to be a
g5
problem. But
on the
Hikaru
board.
says, I'm not sure I'm going to let you move this pawn forward. I'm going to play g5, taking control of that f4 square, making sure that you cannot move the pawn up, which in turn will mean that White's bishop remains bad.
What an incredible move to make in this situation. But the engines approve, and we see also Karthik play a very logical move, rook d1, increasing the pressure on that isolated pawn
Yeah,
on
no,
g5.
it's a fantastic move from Hikaru. But yeah, I expect nothing less. Um, he is the kind of guy who can find the unorthodox solutions when
Mhm.
he's in trouble. This is it looks like an attacking move, right? Moving your pawn in front of your king 2 steps forward, but really this is just a prime defensive move. It's all about seeing the opponent's plan, seeing how that plan affects the activity of the opponent's pieces, and taking steps against it. And yeah, no, it's a very impressive move. But at the same time, the major downside of this would be if White managed to get a knight to the f5 square. And right now, Hikaru is trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. He's trying to take out this knight as quickly as possible, while the queen is on this b3 square. So imagine now something like queen somewhere, queen to
Mhm.
b2. I think Hikaru now is just going to capture this knight as quickly as possible, because what he wants to avoid is this knight escaping back to where the queen was located And then even if it's a sacrifice of a pawn, the knight making its way to the f5 square is incredibly unpleasant for Hikaru. So right now, an example being the queen moved away. The idea is that the knight is making its way to the f5 square, and I would be very surprised if Hikaru didn't capture this knight now immediately, because that is the major downside of the g5 move. No pawns can position themselves to control the f5 square, so you can't really allow the knight to find a path to that location.
On the other hand, if you take the knight with the bishop, are you not worried that instead the queen will land on f5?
The dealing with the queen, I think, is going to be easier. Ooh, yeah, okay. Queen to e7. Hikaru doesn't like allowing the rook to get a very nice position and also pointing in towards these black pawns, which I think is understandable. But I'm now very nervous about this knight to b3 move. Sacrificing the pawn, but coming in with the knight towards the f5 square. This looks dangerous for Hikaru.
Okay, on the other hand, with the bishop on b4, we are controlling e1. So I feel we have to move the queen here, not to allow knight f5 to come with tempo. So queen e5.
Yeah.
And the
Then
knight on f5 looks very nice, but what does it actually do?
yeah, that's a fair point. And also, probably we can go bishop f8, and the bishop is controlling most of the squares where the knight would want to go. So I
Nice
guess,
coloring.
yeah, no, I guess maybe this is fine. It's a bit nerve-wracking,
It
but
is.
Hikaru got a really bad position out of the opening, and at least now his pieces make quite a bit of sense, and he's managed to kind of bury this white bishop quite convincingly.
But where does the queen go now? It only has two squares, really, f8 and d8. F8 feels safer in that we're closer to the king, and we're also maintaining the connection to our bishop, looking towards c5 and b4.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you put the queen on this f8 square, then you don't have the option of putting the bishop there. So I would say maybe you go with the queen back so that you can go with the bishop back after.
But I feel the position has improved. I understand. I'm also still nervous about the fact that our king is rather more open than I would like it to be. But can we now, after queen d4, Karthik's move, can we start initiating some trades? I feel like the more pieces we get off the board, the safer our king will be in the long term.
Yeah, but we need to make the trades work right. So there's a bit of a problem here. This knight is such a good defensive piece. I don't want to move it away. But in order for me to not move it away, maybe I have to go queen g7 to offer protection. But then after the trade of rooks, my pawn on b7 is going to be unprotected, and that's going to lose us the game. So right now, it's very awkward for Hikaru to keep this guy defended. The computer is suggesting the trade of rooks and then queen d8. But we don't love giving white control of the open file without being able to strike back. Here we managed to defend the knight and defend the pawn, but all of our pieces are rather defensively minded. at the
And I'm
moment.
very worried in that position about the two moves I see as the top computer moves, either h4 or f4. I mentioned a moment ago, I'm worried about our king being rather open. And
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm surprised Hikaru doesn't play rook e8 here, which tries to kind of give up a pawn because you let this guy be undefended, but such a simplified position like this feels like it should be a draw, even though you're down a pawn. Hikaru decides to give up the control in the open file and then use his queen to protect the excellent placement of the knight. Mm, I guess this is fine. So the rook protects the pawn, the queen protects the knight protects the pawn, and this black pawn kind of indirectly protects our bishop because now the queen cannot attack. I think this is fine, but notice how Hikaru's down 2 minutes on the clock. That was unthinkable in the previous game. So having had a bad opening, Hikaru's he has been put under a lot of pressure, which is representing itself in the time management.
yeah, and bishop f1 is another strong and natural move by Karthik. The bishop on g2 wasn't doing much. It was hindered by its own pawns. In this position, playing f4, h4 wasn't as tempting anymore for white because from g7, the black queen was looking down at the king on g1. So I think this rerouting of the bishop makes a lot of sense. I guess the bishop is looking to go maybe to d3.
Yeah, but what is it doing there? I'm not convinced what this bishop is actually doing. I'm not super impressed. I don't really see any targets. And Hikaru now definitely should start pushing his h pawn. Hikaru should play h5. The idea being that if you manage to continue further forward, together with the bishop, you're going to be putting a lot of pressure in towards the dark squares in white's camp. And white doesn't have a dark squared bishop to take control of those squares. And so here after h5, I would think white has to go h4 to prevent black from continuing forward.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe Hikaru, like you said, can benefit from the situation opening up a little on the king side with the queen being already placed there. But
That'll
no,
be easy to see.
I I gotta say, I did like this g5 move, but Karthik has responded very nicely with this queen d4 move because that pressure towards the knight, I was so focused on white trying to get the knight to f5. What happened in the meantime was that Karthik realized the importance of the black knight on f6. This knight is essentially holding black's position together. And
Oh, finally. Finally, we get an inaccuracy. I feel the whole chat was stressing about the engine bar, the engine bar. I was too. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I was with you, but it's nice to see the engine bar dropping back more towards the middle.
wow. So H5, the move we said Hikaru needed to play, but I was really expecting the move H4 in response, which would prevent the plan Hikaru had going on. Bishop D3 instead says that if Hikaru now continues, which he did, I guess he's planning to capture. And if Hikaru recaptures, then the king moves over so that the rook may come in. This is a winning attack for white. So it essentially says that Hikaru has opened up for the white pieces to attack the black king. This is what Karthik was relying on. But Hikaru pushes his pawn further up anyway, which now the Indian player realizes that, oh my gosh, there are other things at play here. If now he captures on h4, which was obviously his plan, Hikaru now has the amazing resource advocated by the computer, knight to h5, offering the queen trade, going into a queen trade in a position where you're not just one pawn down, you're down 2 pawns, because this one's going to be captured as well. But even though Hikaru is down 2 pawns, what has happened here is that this white pawn was lured further up the board, which means he now has no pawn to cover the f4 square, which is an amazing outpost for the black knight, coming in there immediately, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. If the bishop goes on defense, suddenly the king can get involved, trying to take the h4, the g5 pawn. And if you try to defend that pawn, well, then the king can even come up the board along the edge, capturing first one, then the second, and at that point, it's going to be equal on material. Fantastic play from Hikaru. Karthik thought he had understood the situation. He thought that, okay, I'll make this trade and then my rook will come in to win the game. But Hikaru realizes that no, it's actually about a double pawn sacrifice to make sure that this guy is no longer protecting the f4 square. And now after pawn takes pawn, Hikaru will head for that square with his knight.
And I think Kartik is kicking himself right now. Bishop d3 was the first, I think, mistake, almost one of the only mistakes we've seen him make throughout the first 4 games. It wasn't a mistake where he gets worse, but it's a mistake in the sense that he threw away a lot of his advantage. And he played that move so quickly. I think Kartik felt so confident. He probably understood my position is good. I'm up on the clock. Let me keep up the pressure. But suddenly now, as you say, he realizes h4 is coming. And what do? I cannot make the move that I was planning to do. And I think psychologically, even if the engine still thinks he's better here, it's a tough spot for Karthik.
Do you think Hikaru could win this?
I mean, if you offered me a draw right now, I would take it. I think this game has been pretty stressful so far. The opening was a complete disaster for Hikaru. I think he can win, of course, but we will need some more help from Karthik. I think it would take Karthik really getting nervous and suddenly, losing the plot a bit to win this game. I think the next move is really crucial here, because after h4, Hikaru is threatening to take on g3, so you need to react to that threat. Are you going to take on h4? Are you going to play g4? Can you just play a move like king g2 and defend the pawn? No.
King g2, trade, and now a very nice tactic. The bishop sacrificing itself to lure the king out on the board. And if the king captures the bishop, the knight comes in, check on the king, while also opening up between the queens. Karthik does stick with his original plan. He does capture on h4, and now Hikaru does not recapture. If Hikaru takes back this pawn, he loses the game instantly. But he's not going to do that. Oh, but he's not going to go for the queen trade either. We saw the computer advocating knight to h5, going for that knight to f4. Computer said that was completely safe for Hikaru, but Hikaru wants to win the match here and now. Hikaru goes queen to h6, which to me tells me he's trying to checkmate the opponent. If Karthik now captures this black pawn, Hikaru will capture on h3, giving up the knight, yes, but if that knight is captured, Hikaru will have a winning attack here in towards the white king. Wow. So Hikaru wants to keep the queens on the board. He wants to go for a checkmating attack. Computer doesn't like it. Computer can defend perfectly. So the computer says this was an incorrect decision by Hikaru as long as Karthik does play bishop to f5, which he does. The bishop now adding to the defense for White's king. Bishop protecting the pawn on h3, giving a reason to capture on g5 next. And in addition, once again, if Hikaru captures the pawn on h4, that will open up the g file, which will allow the white rook to try and infiltrate. The danger is not over just yet. Hikaru didn't realize, I think, that he could afford to sacrifice 2 pawns and make a draw. I don't think actually. I said I thought it was, but I've changed my mind. I think Hikaru with this queen move, he was just trying to make sure he didn't lose a lot of pawns. But now he is under attack. I don't think it was that he didn't want to trade queens. I think he wanted to trade queens because he did realize that this attack is very scary. But he wanted to make sure he wasn't down by 2 pawns, and right now that's a big issue for him, because if he wants to try and trade the queens, queen to f4 here is the obvious move, trying to trade queens while simultaneously having a checkmate threat, the queen supported by the bishop. If White's queen now captures the black knight, the black queen comes in for the checkmate. However, there's a problem. Rook check on the king needs to try and hide, and here all moves are okay for black except one. Here White has knight to e6, a key move winning the game, the knight attacking both the king and the queen, so it needs to be taken out. But what has happened in the meantime is that the white queen is able to capture the black knight while simultaneously saying check, which means we no longer have the counter checkmate, and instead it is the black king being checkmated here, trying to run away from the queen, but the queen is also supported by the bishop, similarly to what we were trying to do in the opposite case towards the white king. So yeah,
Yeah, I
this
mean, queen
is
f4 here is actually the move that I was wondering about. Why isn't that working? This 96 point behind the move is incredible. Hikaru finds, I think, what the computer was saying is the best move, rook e8, offering a trade of rooks. I think White will play rook g1 check, and then where do we hide with the king?
well, we have to go to f8. Like we cannot put the king on in the corner where it's both kind of being blocked out of play by the white rook, but also has the queen pointing down on it. So yeah, I agree with you. White needs to keep this rook to keep the attack going, and then Hikaru needs to go in towards the center because that's where he has his defensive pieces. He needs to stay close to his defense. And it does seem like this is okay for Hikaru. Unless, ooh, actually, rook check, king over. What about rook up? The rook can try
Hammer,
and
stop doing this to
sacrifice.
me.
The rook can sacrifice itself because then you disconnect the protection from the black queen to the black knight, allowing the white queen once again to come in and give a check on the king. Uh, Here, white would be actually white can just take this bishop worst case. But yeah, there are some problems. Oh yeah, it's a double attack. Attacking both the king and the rook. That's gonna be game over. So there are some very scary things happening, and we see a lot of the tactics White has revolves around getting this pawn out of position. This pawn is a key defender, making sure that the white queen cannot come in and give a check on the king. And we saw it with knight to e6, and we saw it with rook to g6. That the same idea applied with both of these moves in different circumstances. That you're trying to get the pawn to move so that the queen may take the knight and give a check in the same go. That
Chat
being
is
said,
pointing out that yeah, the rook on g6 doesn't have to be captured,
yeah.
and can blank actually just force a draw here?
Well, black can give a check with the queen and then bishop attacking the queen while also defending the knight. That wasn't too complicated.
No, that
But
wasn't. So the king doesn't go to g2 after the
yeah,
check.
but it's important to keep in mind the idea and then try and improve on it for white. So here the move knight d3 is amazing because this knight now controls the potential queen check on c1. It controls the potential rook check on e1. It controls the queen trying to make a trade on f4, and it controls the bishop trying to chase the white queen away on e5. This knight is controlling four of the most important squares on the board. And if it was white's turn to move right now, say we move the rook up into attack, now rook g6 is just completely winning because this knight has taken care of all the squares we needed to survive.
One thing that I'm happy about, I'm also very surprised, is that Kritik hasn't moved yet. We've seen him make a few very quick moves in this game. I am very surprised that he's still thinking. I wonder if he's already figured out he will play rook g1 and is trying to think of the next move. I would love to see a rook trade here. Just take on e8, you know. Let us make a draw and go to the 10-minute time control.
Well, so the thing is, if he does make the rook trade, he can win a pawn. Actually, he can win a pawn in two different places. So the reason, and this is very good news for Hikaru, because if the rooks are not traded, then he's going to be in big trouble. But Hikaru was trying to tempt his opponent with a free pawn or two on the opposite side. But Karthik, taking that time and making the right decision, rook g1, check on the king. Hikaru immediately moves the king out of the way, and Karthik finds this incredible knight d3. This knight is just such we usually in Norwegian call it an octopus. I don't know if that really
in English
translates.
it's a word as well.
Okay, because the knight just it's taking control of such important squares, and this is a key moment in the game. Because here it's so easy for Hikaru to just lose instantly. There's like 5-10 natural moves that just is game over right away.
By the way, I just want to quickly, I've seen a lot of comments in the chat throughout this match of people being suspicious that Kartik might be cheating. I just want to say I don't have any doubt. I think Kartik is incredibly underrated. And I think very often in chess, when you play someone much higher rated than you sort of often rise to their level. But I think Kartik is just, for starters, very underrated. I think his rating is not a reflection of his strength.
But also it's easier to play well when you have a very pleasant position.
Yeah.
So it's much easier to play well when your opponent played a bad opening, which was the case here.
Absolutely. And a lot of the moves, I mean, knight d3 is a brilliant move, but when you think of it, it's also a very logical move. So I've seen a lot of great moves, but nothing where I think, wow, this was unfindable, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm giving no credence to chat's conspiracies.
So anyway, back to what you were saying, there's a lot of natural moves here for Hikaru. What do you think?
Lose instantly.
Yeah. So what is the move? Amber, let's get you off the negativity train. Let's find a good move. What is the best move for Hikaru here? We could find us a move that doesn't lose.
He needs to go knight h5, simply because if he just sits here, then rook g6 is coming. This rook g6 maneuver is incredible, and it's so tough to stop. So even though this knight is defended right now, what we're learning by looking at the variations is that no, it's not really defended, is it? Because the rook will come in and disrupt the defense from the queen. So essentially, this knight is under attack.
Hmm.
So we need to move the knight. And then it becomes a question, where are we going to move it? And if we move it back, well, actually, we can move it back. It gives up a pawn in the center, but then we can do a double attack. Oh, wow. Hikaru plays queen h5. That was a really, really good move because it gives up the protection of the knight. But if that knight was captured right now, the queen would come in, check on the king. Rook has to block. It's the only way to stop the check. But then the queen gives another check. Rook has to block. And then Hikaru here would save himself with a draw. But that also gives us some information that when Karthik now plays bishop to g4, and he played it pretty much instantly, he's going for the win. He had the opportunity now to take a draw, and he says, no, no draw. I'm about to knock Hikaru Nakamura out of this tournament.
And I think
But,
he has to do that. He's also gained, I think, so much confidence from the first three games. Anyway, I'll let you finish your point.
yeah, but this bishop moving out of the way to prevent the queen's capture of the white pawn has enabled Hikaru to return. And this is brilliant because now the bishop is standing in the way of the rook, which means we no longer need to be concerned about the rook coming into g6 and disrupting the coordination. That was some brilliant play by Hikaru to try and stay alive.
Yeah, and even though, the engine's still giving white a sizable advantage, white now has to come up with a different plan, not along the G file to
And he
increase the.
goes, he
Oh,
takes the repetition here.
okay, doesn't take it yet. He repeats
Oh,
twice.
but yeah, but look at Hikaru's face. Hikaru's shaking his head a little. I think that is masterful acting by Hikaru, shaking his head so that his opponent thinks that Hikaru's disappointed with a draw. I think Hikaru would be thrilled if this game ended in a draw. But he's being a poker player right now, and he's like trying to make the opponent think, "Oh, I'm not happy with a draw. I don't want this to go into quick rapid." We know that Hikaru's pace is probably going to be very, very important if it goes to a quicker time control. I think a draw here would be amazing for Hikaru. And so feigning that he would be disappointed with a draw just seems like very clever ploy. In general, I don't know if this is the case for you, Fiona, but I am acting my ass off every time I play chess. I always try to kind of deceive the opponent with
No, I
my
actually, I'm
actions.
terrible. I wish I was better at it, but I'm terrible. One question. So here, I think Kartik has to play bishop g4 because the other moves mostly lead to that perpetual check, right? But
I
after
mean,
bishop g4, it's not a draw yet, right? Queen h6, and he would need to go bishop f5 again, or
yeah,
am I?
yeah, which is why Hikaru needs to act. If Karthik still had the kind of had no other option
Yeah.
than to go for the repetition for the last time, then Hikaru wouldn't need to act. So
I,
I think if they repeat one more time, then we will
Mhm.
see Hikaru stopping shaking his head and instead smiling very, very broadly, because then there's no way out for Karthik other than Hikaru just kind of giving him that, oh, I got tricked. I thought he was unhappy, but actually he's thrilled to make a draw from this very sketchy situation.
And Kartik is still thinking. I mean, any other move but bishop g4 looks like it leads to an immediate
Yeah, and
draw.
look at Hikaru shaking his head. I'm liking this. Very, very deceptive.
So bishop g4, Kaitik must be feeling under pressure. By the way, while we were talking, he dropped under 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I
now
would,
he's probably gonna go for the draw because he's scared about playing on, being 3 minutes down on the clock. I think this is going to be a draw, and that's a huge relief for Hikaru, who was in massive trouble in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I will be, you mentioned Hikaru will be smiling. I will be smiling if this is a draw. I feel like Hikaru was under so much pressure. It's not over yet. Kartik's best chance here is to go bishop g4 and after queen h6 to play a different move. So where there would still be some trouble. But I agree with you with what we're seeing now in terms of the camera, in terms of the time situation. I'm with you that I think this will be a draw. Bishop g4 played.
Oh,
Oh,
he plays on. Wow. Wow, he goes for the win, and look at Hikaru with the grimace yet again. I think he was really hoping that his opponent would make a draw there.
he's
But
almost
kudos.
smiling in that, like, wow, very impressive that the guy didn't buy my acting.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I'm speculating as to kind of the acting part of my theory, but it's what I would do. I would look very dismayed here about making the draw to make my opponent think, oh, a draw is a good result.
But I think it makes so much sense for Karthik to play on. He understands A, that he might probably still has an edge, and B, that his chances get less and less as the time control gets shorter and shorter.
I think that's the key, right? He
Mm.
has to realize that in a shorter time control, he's a sitting duck. The 10 plus 5 is basically
10 plus
Hikaru's
10,
bread and
but
oh, 10
but
plus
yeah.
10. Yeah, but it's Hikaru's bread and butter.
Yeah.
And Catherick was at some point 12 minutes down on the clock in the first rapid game. And he can't do that in the 10-minute game, which I think is going to be the key difference.
So let's return to the position. What does b5 do?
Honestly, nothing. But it puts the move in Hikaru's court. Okay, so Hikaru moves his rook up, then bishop down. Honestly, I was expecting him to just continue pushing this pawn, telling Hikaru, well, you can't really do anything. And
Mhm.
actually, the computer here recommends rook e8. It genuinely just recommends that Hikaru go back and forth because he doesn't have anything kind of good going on. So I'm
Mhm.
surprised he didn't just continue with the pawn. Instead, bishop c8. It opens up for the rook, but it doesn't threaten the rook g6 that we're so scared about. Mm.
And what if we
But
play
it
rook?
does prevent Hikaru from going back and forth, which is funny. Maybe the point of this bishop move is if Hikaru was maybe planning to just go back and forth with his rook between these two squares, but he can't do that now because now the rook has to protect this pawn.
And I see chat is saying engines recommend rook c7.
Yeah, but rook
Um,
c7 is very scary. Because if rook c7, then bishop f5, then you have the renewed threat of rook g6, but without your rook in position on
and
the
then we
e
return
file.
to the queen h5, bishop g4 then.
Yeah, and now this is the only way for Hikaru to save himself. So this position is on the board right now. And Hikaru yet again needs to find the queen h5 idea, but he found it once already. So at this point, it should be a piece of cake. But now, so with the rook no longer on the e file, it means that white now has the option to go queen e3, protecting the pawn. But Hikaru is threatening two things. He's both attacking the pawn and the bishop. Which is why it's fine not having the rook on the e file, because you didn't really need the rook to control this square since the queen couldn't go there anyway.
So after bishop g4, queen h6, white, again, earlier he found the plan of pushing the pawn. Now he'll have to find
No, but why
another
is
move.
Hikaru thinking now? Hikaru's been
Mm.
thinking for over a minute despite only having one acceptable move. What is the difference? What is Hikaru afraid of? I guess Hikaru just doesn't like queen here. Bishop attacks queen, queen moves back, and then pawn to b6, and it feels like white is making progress, moving his pawn forward.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I am worried by Hikaru's.
Oh, Hikaru doesn't play queen h5. Instead, Hikaru goes rook c4. That was a losing move according to the computer. After queen to a1, when the queen tries to infiltrate through the a8 square against the king combined with the rook, it was a tricky variation. It was a tricky variation, but here computer says queen a1 would have been winning for white. Instead, queen b6 was played pretty much instantly, with the queen attacking both the bishop and the pawn, but now the tables turned again. After knight e8, suddenly the black king is safe, no longer a queen to worry about, pointing down towards this situation. And if now queen takes pawn, which is presumably what Catherick was planning, then the computer says suddenly Hikaru's winning. Queen attacks bishop, bishop moves back, rook sacrifices itself against bishop, and then the queen comes in with a double attack against the king and the knight. Hikaru might win this game. And that will be a swindle, an undeserved one, I would say. But it shows the perseverance of the stronger player and how the stronger player often tense up. And he goes for it! Hikaru's going to win this game! Catherick does capture the pawn, but now Hikaru attacks the bishop. The pawn behind it is gonna fall, and Hikaru now will sacrifice his rook against this bishop in order to capture both the bishop and the knight thereafter. Actually, computer says it's still just slightly better for black, but given the time situation and also the way this game has gone, I cannot imagine Karthik managing to survive this. I think he's going down. I think wow, just this move, rook to c4 that Hikaru played, it was a losing move that ended up winning the game within 5 moves afterwards, and that's humans playing chess, you know. Hikaru thought white was going to go after this pawn. White thought, I'm going to go after this pawn, but Hikaru calculated that if he does do that, my rook is actually perfectly placed to sacrifice itself on this bishop in order to give my queen access to the king and to the knight. And yeah, I do think Hikaru's going to win this now within a couple of minutes.
I mean, this game is just insane, and Karthik must understand now how much pressure is under. Look at the time situation. Karthik suddenly only a minute on the clock. I mean, the way this game turned around is just unbelievable. A second ago, I thought, God, please just Karthik repeat the rules. Let this be done with. And now it looks like, okay, let's not jinx it. But a second ago,
well, at the very least, Hikaru's not going to lose now.
Yeah.
So at the very least, he gets to the 10-minute games, which I think he's just going to blow his opponent out of the water. But right now, getting to the 10-minute games would be an accomplishment, because right now it feels as though Hikaru's going to win this within a short time frame. And look at all of these moves coming into the board, and look at the eval bar. Hikaru now with a completely winning position. What happened was the queen went to defend the bishop. The rook then attacked the queen. The queen had no escape. In order for the queen to get out of trouble, white had to sacrifice the rook, luring the king away from the defense of the knight. So actually, honestly, I'm with Karthik. This seems like by far the best way for him to continue, and the most difficult way for Hikaru to manage to get the win. This bishop is doing a great job defending around the white king. And this knight is doing a great job of making sure that the c1 square is under control so that Hikaru cannot start an immediate attack.
Can I not try to just swap queens and win the endgame? Or do you think the B pawn is dangerous?
Well, if you lose the pawn on d5, you're probably not going to win the endgame. Then it's going to be a fortress.
Yeah, but the
And you
pawn is
also
not.
need to be aware
Yeah.
of this pawn making its way down the board. So queen e7, you could potentially go queen a8, but even the trade of queens, I guess your bishop is doing such a great job making sure that the knight cannot approach
Attack. Yeah.
this d5 pawn.
What did Hikaru play? He played queen e7, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, good move. Very good move from Hikaru. Karthik cannot avoid the queen trade because then the queen will come in attacking both the knight and threatening checkmate.
So the queens are going to come off.
I
I mean,
think so.
unless Karthik, it could. I think he is devastated right
Oh
now.
yeah, no, he doesn't want to trade the queens, so he does make the mistake. It's a natural mistake because he wants to try and capture the d5 pawn. If white manages to take this pawn, then he will probably survive in an endgame.
But
Hikaru
queen
now has
e2.
one winning move, but only one acceptable one. And it wasn't that straightforward as I thought. Queen e2 does threaten the knight and does threaten checkmate. And if the knight moves, then checkmate is on the board. But you can go with your queen back, check on the king while simultaneously defending against the checkmate.
But if I block the check here, am I not still threatening your knight? And if the knight moves, f2 will fall?
Well, honestly, the knight doesn't have anywhere to move.
Oh, that is a fair point.
Well, you can go with the bishop to protect, but then there's a double attack on the king and bishop. You know, queen e2 is a very easy move. I don't know why Hikaru's thinking.
But he's played it.
Queen e2 on the board, queen back immediately in response.
And I think f6 will follow as there's safe. There's no safe. Well, maybe king g8.
Well, king g8, then you can give another check.
And then maybe bishop f8.
That's a good point.
And no, but then white can maybe take on d5. And suddenly
Oh, then there's no
the
longer
knight is
checkmate.
defended.
It's
Yeah.
not checkmate anymore.
Yeah.
The king suddenly has an escape.
Okay, so Hikaru has to repeat once and then find f6, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. He's just trying to build up
Yeah.
his clock, right?
Okay, we're very close to the finish line here.
Is there some kind of point to lure the bishop? No, because then the bishop protects the knight. That's not good. I'm so surprised that Hikaru went back and that Karthik is not going for the repetition. Pawn to b6. Intriguing play, but now actually rook c3 is interesting because you cannot capture the rook because of the checkmate.
Yeah,
That's a
rook
very
c3 is
fancy
a
move.
very flashy.
Very nice move, increasing the pressure on the knight. And also blocking the diagonal, so it's preventing checks.
You know, I think at this point there's so much nerves on both sides because surely Hikaru also realized that he was in tremendous trouble in this game. So he might be doubting himself a little bit, but he finds rook c3, and I think
Did you
that
see the screen? The way he kind of did a little bit of extra kind of nudging the rook into its square. That's what you do when you know I got this. I got this under control. You're going down, buddy. And now queen g1, the queen pointing in towards the king. The king moves away. The knight still lacking a good square. And look at this bishop. Bishop helping and taking control, making sure that the knight cannot run away. The knight moves back, but now the queen can just move in. The queen just moves, and this knight is trapped, and that's game over. The knight is trapped on the edge of the board. Hikaru turns around what probably, honestly, should have been a losing game. At well, he at the very least he was under a tremendous amount of pressure, and Karthik resigns the game, and with that he also resigns the match. Hikaru, a little bit shaking his head, but that's like you said, Fiona, because of his bad opening. He's very, very happy to win this match because
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
I did
a
not see
tough
that one
fight.
coming. I thought we're going to be so relieved if Hikaru can hold this game. But what a turnaround. I'm of course super happy that Hikaru moves on. I think for Karthik it's a heartbreaking loss. It's one of those games that is going to follow you around for the rest of your life, pretty much. He was one good move away from getting a winning position, but Hikaru, what did we say? He's such a fantastic defender. And he's true to the next round. I am exhausted mentally. I mean, this was so insane, but he is true to round 3.
And in that round three, his opponent will be Benjamin Gladura of Hungary. And that's because he managed to win against Yakuboyev of Uzbekistan. We have the game up here. The winner of this match was going to be the challenger for the winner of Hikaru's match. And with Hikaru winning his one, we now know that Gladura of Hungary will be the opponent tomorrow.
And let's have a quick look at what is going on elsewhere in these playoffs. I see that what is still going. We can take a look at Iturizaga against Korobov. The first game was a draw, so any decisive result here, the winner would go through. And what weird endgame is this? An extra piece for black, but white has 2 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, I think this very much revolves around whether or not black will be able to keep the pawn on h3. It's a good pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, but at the same time, it's an exposed pawn because the white king is blocking and is ready to capture the pawn if the opportunity presents itself, which it just did. So now white is going to capture this pawn, and unless there's a checkmate after king f4, which frankly there may be.
It looks scary.
This
It's
is
very
honestly
scary.
quite close to checkmate. Um,
Yeah, I would not like to get into this. But the rook, no. Okay, it
yeah,
looks like there is a mate here. Where is this mate?
I'm guessing here
Mhm.
somehow. Something like this, check on the king, and if the king moves up, then checkmate.
Mhm.
Normally, rook and knight versus rook is a draw, but here, in this situation, it's actually detrimental for white to have all of these pawns. If white didn't have the pawn on b3, then this would be completely fine because then you could give checks on the king from the side. So if we just took this guy off the board, it would be an easy draw. But with these extra pawns that white has, we see now the eval bar making its opinion known.
Wow.
This is going to be a win for Korobov. It without this pawn on b3, the rook could just check the king and it would be an easy draw. But because the black king cannot be pushed out of its position,
This is
Korobov
so
is
easy,
is going to
though.
win this
I mean,
game.
the engine says completely winning.
Well, if he finds knight h6, it's very easy. He didn't find knight h6 though. So knight h6 was just gonna do a classic back rank checkmate on the king.
What a blow up. Knight
But now
g5
after
is.
knight g5, there was a draw for white. But this is very reminiscent to
Oh,
what I
actually,
said about
yes.
you need to get rid of this pawn.
Yeah.
The alternative is moving the rook so that you can give checks on the king without the pawn blocking. And now when f6 was played instead,
we're back to first checkmate. I still
back
don't
to
see how
checkmate. I don't see
exactly.
how. I guess king f2 is gonna fix it, because then after rook gives a check, we block, counter check,
And this is what's
and
happening in
then
the
use the
game.
rook to
Rook
go for
g8,
the
that is the
checkmate.
live position right now.
And that's it. Iturasaga is out. Anton Korobov moves on to the next round.
Wow. Okay, we still have 2 games going. Let's take a look at Inchich against Bakro. The first game was a draw, so same situation. If we get a result here, oh, it just ended.
The game is over. Etienne Bacro of France has won, which is maybe not too surprising because he had a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen, and he had an extra rook.
I think only 1 game still live, Jonas Bierre against Kadir Guzainov. And the first game there was a draw.
So that means in case of a draw here, it's going to be another tiebreak needed. And this game was actually agreed a draw. The rook coming in from the side, giving checks, putting pressure, and they ended up going back and forth.
Wow. Jan Ludwig, I am still in shock about the game. We just saw one of the most nerve-wracking games I have commentated on. I'm sure, for Hikaru, he must have felt the pressure of, oh my goodness, I'm on the verge of maybe going home here after just playing 1 round. And he must be incredibly relieved. We're still awaiting confirmation that Hikaru will join us, but I'm pretty confident that he will be in a fantastic mood, right? And
Yeah,
maybe
you generally,
yeah,
you generally have a lot of energy when you just won.
I think he will also be very unhappy about the way he played game 2. I think he will be very critical of himself.
No, the opening was just a disaster.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna hide that fact. I think he just mixed up some of his preparation, which it showcases that even the top guys who has work so much on their openings, they know so many openings that it's easier for them to get confused, since they have to retain much more information than the average player who doesn't have that much effort into the opening part of the game.
Absolutely. Jan Ludwig, we are going to go on a very short break now. Welcome back. We are joined now by Hikaru. Hikaru, congratulations on making it through to the next round. It was quite a nerve-wracking match. Give us your perspective on things.
Yeah, I think first things first, obviously my opponent played very, very well. His rating is frankly a bit of a joke in my opinion. He's not a 2560 player. I don't know like if he hasn't been playing a lot or what's going on, but he's very underrated for sure. I think this match, at least in the first portion of the classical, I tried to press really hard with white. I wasn't able to win. My opponent found some really good moves. And then the second game, which was very stable. Today was basically the same thing. I was pressing at one moment. I think I was winning, and I actually saw this rook c3 move, which was winning, but then in my mind, I got confused. I saw a different move order. I missed it, and once again, my opponent was still under a lot of pressure, but he defended amazingly well. He just defended really well. I don't even know what else to say. But he just played great. And then, I was a little bit tilted by that in the second game. I was blitzed out some moves. I confused a move order in the opening. And I think I was in a bit of, I think I was actually maybe, I don't know if I was just losing, but I felt like if he had played instead of bishop takes e5, if he had just played h3 right away, I think I'm in a world of trouble. Yeah, if we go back a few more moves, yeah, right here instead of bishop e5, I thought if he plays h3, I think I'm in really, really bad shape. I don't know what the evaluation is, but it feels really, really scary. Yeah, it's like +1, not surprising at all. But yeah, once he played bishop e5, I breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I'd be able to save it pretty routinely, but it's still oddly enough quite unpleasant after this h3, bishop f3, ef3. I mean, maybe there's a better way to play it than what I did, but I really wanted to be active and not burn too much time, which is why I played this g5 idea, which I mean it's probably very bad, but I just felt like his play was too easy, and in a rapid game especially, you can't really get really low on time. And I thought g5 stops his obvious f4 ideas, and you just go and go and go, and that's kind of what I felt like was what he should or what I should do is just kind of keep it going like that. So I mean, it obviously isn't a good move, but it kept the game going nonetheless. I mean, I thought once again Karthik found some really, really good moves. I thought everything he did was logical. Maybe not absolutely precise, but I thought it was good enough. And yeah, I mean, I played Queen G7. I really wanted to go Rook to E8 here. That was my idea, but I thought after takes, I wasn't really sure how I wasn't sure if it's like okay or if it's not okay in this end game. I mean, it's just very hard to judge. And if anything, I'm the one who's in a lot of trouble. So that's why I played Queen G7, just to keep the game going. Yeah, I mean, if I get this, I can draw this. I'm pretty confident, but I wasn't sure that both pawns come off the board. Like if he plays Queen D5 here. Oh, do I just have B6? Ah, yeah. Actually, if I had seen this, I would have played it. But yeah, it's like it was just very very difficult. And I played Queen G7, and I went H5, H4 again, just trying to be active. And I mean, I was kind of shocked that he took, because my read of him as a player was that basically he's very, very good positionally. His instincts are very good, but tactically, I didn't think he was as strong. And then I was surprised when he actually played G takes H4 and made it very messy here. Because even though oh, do I have B6 here?
Knight h5, the computer really liked.
Knight h5 here. Yeah. I don't know why I play. I don't know. I think it's in my mind once again. I don't remember my time usage, but I think when he spent like 6 or 7, I don't know how long he spent. He spent quite a while on GH4. In my mind, I just wanted to make a move quickly, and so that's why I played Queen H6. I think it's because I was also
very
expecting
surprised
G4.
he didn't go H4.
Yeah, I mean, I was very surprised too, because he played Bishop D3 almost instantly. I think he played it after like 2 seconds. But yeah, I think the thing is when I played H4, I was expecting him to go G4. So in my mind, I'm calculating it, and I don't want to spend a lot of time. So I want to move ready, and I just played Queen H6 right away, which of course is probably not a very good move, because after King H, actually, what did he play here? Bishop F5, right? That's what he played. Yeah, and I mean, I thought somehow after G takes H4, King H1, that I should be fine again. But somehow he has this annoying Knight D3 move, this Rook G1 Knight D3. Because I thought he was going to trade rooks and make a draw, and then he found this Knight D3 move, and I mean, it's again very hard to play somehow, because the knight holds all the squares. My pieces are very passive. And yeah, I just basically told myself to keep playing moves, and I played Queen H5 and Queen H6. And it's actually funny because I offered him a draw here after I think after Bishop F5, Queen H5, and then he chose to play on with this B5 move, which
Actually, can I just ask you something about this moment? Because Jan Ludwig had a theory, and Chad really wants us to ask you about it. At that moment, you were sort of shaking your head and looking like you were a little bit frustrated about having to make a draw or something like that. And Jan Ludwig thought it was great acting to induce him into making to want to make a draw. Was there some of that going on?
Well, I mean, of course, Jan Ludwig is right. I mean, obviously, no, because my general read in throughout the match, both yesterday and today, very clearly was that I felt like if I can get him low on time, he's going to make mistakes, and I'm going to beat him. Whereas I felt like in the 25 minutes, even it's a little bit too much time. So no, I would have been very happy with a draw here, because I think I would have smoked him in like quicker, rapid, or blitz. I don't think it would have been close. But so yeah, to answer your question, of course it was acting, obviously, but it isn't always acting. I mean, it's sometimes in between. But yeah, of course, in this case, I mean, I was happy. I would be very happy to get a draw here. I mean, give me this position against anybody over 2,500, I'm never gonna be happy. So
yeah, and then the game continued. There was actually one moment where you mentioned maybe
Yeah, I
you
mean,
lost.
apparently Queen
Yeah.
A1 is winning here. I don't understand why it's winning, but apparently it's winning. I mean, I guess it's what, 98, there's what, Queen A8 or something? That's why.
Rook E1
Rook
for some
E1.
reason.
And there's gonna be some kind of Zugzwang with like Bishop G4 or Queen A8 or something along those lines. Yeah. No, I mean, I was not expecting Queen A1. That's why I played Rook C4. I saw Queen B6 or Queen A7, but yeah, once he goes Queen B6 and I get 98, it starts to get very shaky very quickly. I mean, I think White's still okay, but now you have to be very careful here. And he promptly blundered with Queen takes B7, but he was getting low on time anyway. So, yeah, I played Queen F6, and I think now, I mean, he can keep the game going with Bishop G4, but I think by this point he spent all his time. The flow is gone here, and yeah, I mean, I assume White can still survive here somehow, probably. Like, I don't know, Rook G, maybe just King G1 takes and some like Rook H4, maybe. I mean, but again, with no time on the clock, there's no way that you're going to save this game, basically. So, yeah, I mean, it was a little bit fortunate that he missed. I think he just missed Queen D5, Rook D4, which was just winning on the spot. Well, I mean, yeah, he basically missed Rook D4, and now everything's completely overloaded. So I think I was a little bit lucky he missed this. But it's just, yeah, it's kind of how it goes. And I mean, the rest was pretty straightforward, at least.
What went through your mind when you realized that he'd blundered and the game was now, you were home safe?
I mean, it was a bit of relief. I mean, again, it's a situation where you never know how good these players are, and I'd never heard of this guy before, and I mean, you assume he's a 2560, but as I said, he did not play like a 2560 throughout the match. I mean, if he's not over 2600 in the next month or two, if he actually plays tournaments, I'd be shocked, because he played very, very well. His instincts were very good, and it was just, yeah, it was a very tough match, much tougher than I expected for sure. But I think in the World Cup, all the matches seem to be difficult for everybody. So it's just how it goes.
Yeah, and chat is also wondering, well, two things. First, about game one, in the end, this rook against bishop, the arbiter had to intervene because I think draw was
Well, I
incorrectly
mean,
claimed.
basically, yeah, he was claiming a 50 move draw rule, which I mean is completely fine, of course. But there were two components to that, which is the first one was like, what is the penalty for that? Because I wasn't sure. Like, I feel like in US chess rules, you lose half your time or something like that. Now, obviously, even if he lost half his time, I mean, I think it still would have been a draw. But that was the first thing. The second thing though with that is that was that he was also trying to ask how many moves it was, and I think it was maybe in the Olympiad, maybe like in 20. I don't know, like maybe 2018 or 2016. There was a last round critical game, I feel like, in one of the matches in the women's section, where it was something like rook and bishop or rook and knight versus rook. And I think one of the players kept making claims every single move. They kept claiming 50 moves every move. And so my opponent, he was asking like if he could see the score sheet to claim 50. And basically, I mean, as I understood it, there's no way you can ask the arbiter what the move number is, first of all. But then secondly, if you want to look at the score sheet, you can't do it when the clock is stopped. You have to do it when the game is running. You can't just like make the claim and then while the claim is like being decided and look at the score sheet. I mean, I don't think that should be correct. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, who knows? But so that was the whole discussion, but it didn't change the result. I mean, it was always going to be a draw no matter what.
Did the arbiter tell him the how many moves he needed?
She did not. No, she basically said you can look at the score sheet because they're keeping track of the moves. But then yeah, and then as far as the actual end game, I mean, there are two reasons I played out. First of all, obviously it means more airtime, which is very important, obviously, for people who are watching the stream. I mean, yeah, if you can stretch out the game for an extra 10, 15 minutes, that's very good for everybody. It makes it more hype, and of course it also makes everybody angry because then they have to sit around and wait forever as well. So yeah, there's that, and then secondly, I mean, at the very end, actually, I think when I had 5 minutes right before I made the stalemate, I spent like 2.5 or 3 minutes, and that was sort of, I was just trying to think about the next game. I was trying to come up with my strategy because the breaks are very short. There's only a 10-minute break in between the games, so that's why right at the very end I spent 3 minutes. I was just going through my mind, thinking about what I was going to do in the next game.
And then the next game, what actually went wrong in the opening there?
What went wrong or right?
In game two.
I mean, I'm not going to say what went wrong.
Yeah,
but yeah. I made a couple of mistakes. Let's leave it at that. I made a couple of mistakes.
Let's leave it at that and look forward. In the next round, you will be facing Benjamin Gledura from Hungary. Have you played him before? Any thoughts on that next matchup?
Yeah, so I mean, I played him once in Gibraltar, like 2018, maybe. I beat him. I beat him with the black pieces. So I've only played him once. I do remember maybe it was the previous year or 2 years before that. He sort of his name was on the map because in the Gibraltar event, I think he beat Vichy Anand in a very very nice game with the white pieces. So I am aware of him. I also anybody who's watched my streams, they of course saw me beat him like 4-1 in Blitz right before this event began. So I'm not sure if the video is on YouTube, but I did play him some Blitz games right before this event. So it is someone that I'm familiar with. Obviously, very strong player from Hungary, and should be an exciting match.
What's on the menu for tonight? Is it mostly just have dinner and recover?
Yeah, I mean, I think mostly it's just relief, just kind of relief to have won this match. I mean, as I said, I was not expecting the match to be this difficult. But all these 2500s, I mean, they're super motivated. They don't have these opportunities all that often, and yeah, it's just basically relax and try to breathe and just chill and get ready for the next round and just go from there.
And make a
Hikaru,
recap?
I'm oh sorry, Fiona. I'm maybe revealing my lack of reading rules. But are you gonna be having the white pieces or the black pieces in the first game against Benjamin?
I don't know, but my understanding of the rules is that the higher player should alternate their color. Like my understanding of why I got white in the first game of this match is because Karthik, when he won his match, he alternated because that match he started out with the white pieces, so he alternated. So if my understanding is correct, that means I should start with the black pieces tomorrow because I'm the higher rated seed and I won my match, so my color should change versus the previous match. But I could be wrong on that. I think that's what it is, though.
Well, a follow up then. Do you prefer having black or white first?
I mean, I think I'm always going to prefer having black simply because if you do something stupid and lose the game, you always have another opportunity with the white pieces. Whereas if you play with white, you draw a game and then lose, which has happened to me in quite a few of these World Cups. I think almost all my losses have occurred that way. If I think about it, my loss to Korobov, draw with white, loss with black in the second game. Elianov, draw with white, loss with black. Who else? Like Fedoseev, draw with white, loss with black. Nisipianu, same thing. So I think actually almost every World Cup it's gone exactly like that, where I draw the first game with black and then or draw the first game with white and then lose the second one with black. So it's always nicer to start with black because then if you do something crazy and you lose, you have that second chance. Whereas if you draw with white and then you just have a bad game with the black pieces, it's GG, why not? As it should have been for Wesley yesterday, actually.
Wesley, who I think is true to the next round. There was a question earlier in the chat. I wasn't sure if I should ask it or not, but the question was, are you happy for Wesley that he's true, or because of his strength, would you rather have seen him knocked out?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. I think maybe at the end, some of those thoughts can come into it. If you're down to like the last 8, maybe you have such thoughts. But I mean, at this stage, I feel like, as I mentioned, I think the very first day after the game I drew with white, it very much feels like there's this atmosphere that's very reminiscent to some degree of the Olympiad or potentially the World Rapid and Blitz, where everyone's here. And so it's kind of like at the start, you don't think about it. You're just glad to see all these familiar faces. And you kind of want to see the same people around as the event continues. So it doesn't matter to me yet. Maybe at the end, like, if Maggots were to say like play Gukesh or something and lose, I mean, maybe I'd be happy at that point. But right now it's so early, it's almost like you just want to see all the familiar faces staying here as well.
Absolutely. So I don't know. I think we're gonna keep going. I don't know if there's anyone whose game of the 10-10 portion you're interested in having a quick look at, or if you'd rather go and enjoy
No, I
your
mean,
life and rest
my
up.
goal is basically to do a recap, go eat some food, hope that my credit cards actually work for a change, unlike last night. It was quite a funny experience. Actually, it was funny because like everywhere I've traveled, my credit cards always work. And then in Istanbul, I had some issues. And then last night, like I tried with like 2 different credit cards. Then Chris was with us. He used like 3 different credit cards, and we actually couldn't figure it out until I was able to like use the what was it, Google Wallet or something on my phone. But we're basically there for 30 minutes trying to figure out how to pay the dinner bill. So it was a pretty funny or awkward experience, I guess is the best way of putting it. So do my recap, go eat dinner, and then try to play some chess again tomorrow. That's my plan.
Better luck with the bill paying part tonight. Congratulations on making it through to the next round, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you then.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye bye. So those were Hikaru's thoughts on what was really quite a grueling match, even if it was only 2 games. But there is still action going on elsewhere, and we're going to take a look at some of the big games that are big names that are still fighting to make it through to the next round, starting maybe with Alexander Grishuk, who's playing against a player. Again, I mean, I'd never heard of him, Bardia Daneshvar from Iran, but he hit back in a must-win situation in game 2 of the 25+10, which is very impressive.
Yeah, a talented player, clearly. I think maybe I'm confusing this guy. I thought this was the younger brother of uh, I forget her name, but it's probably not. It's
No, I
probably
think you're
another kid.
confusing with Derakshani
Yeah,
Dorsa. Her younger brother is called Borna. So this
yeah.
is a
Well,
different
same for first letter in the first name.
and country.
Yeah,
An honest mistake.
can't expect more than that from me. But yeah, Iran has actually the last decade had so many talented players. Chief among them, of course, Alireza Firouzja, currently in the top 5 in the world. But they also have like Parham Maghsoodlou and some other big names as well. And here we see another one making their introduction to the world, which is kind of what this tournament, this event is all about. Having some of the guys who are very good chess players, top 200 in the world, but who hasn't necessarily made a name for themselves, getting to play on the big stage and showing their skills. And right now, this is a very tense game Daneshvar has against Sasha Grishuk. With Grishuk here, the kings having castled to opposite sides, really inviting very combative play for both. And I gotta say, I'm liking Black's position here. I'm not a huge fan of this bishop. This bishop is very dependent on the queen in the diagonal. And I could easily see that this connection being interrupted, leading to the loss of White's bishop. So I would think somehow this bishop needs to move again, but there's a threat against the pawn on c4. And if the Iranian wins this game with the black pieces, then he's going to have White and only need a draw for the decisive one. So I would say Grishuk is in trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, a very spectacular, very double-edged position. We see Grishuk spending quite a bit of time in this position because it's not an easy decision. I mean, how do you react to the different threats that Black has going on?
Yeah, no, I think he's in trouble, and I'm not really changing my mind. Computer thinks, oh, it's okay for White, but look at the time management. Now, Grishuk is not really known for stellar time management anyway, but when you're spending 2 minutes thinking, in a position where in a game where you only had 10 minutes to begin with, it's not a good sign. That being said, he does find a very nice solution here, solving both his problem with the c4 pawn and his problem with the bishop. So now the bishop can capture on c4, but in that case, a black rook will drop off. And the computer feels black does not have sufficient compensation despite having some impressive bishops. Having the extra rook will favor White. And that means this was a very clever way for White to keep the pawn defended.
Do you want to stay with this game or do you want to jump around? I see, for example, Niklas Huschenbeet against David Navarro, a player we talked about yesterday because Hikaru revealed that he was part of his team for the candidates. I think Nicholas is pressing here in game 5.
Yeah, pressing is one way of putting it. The computer is giving him an overwhelming advantage with the white pieces. And this looks like a London system where you push your pawn up along the side of the board very early on. The only reason I know about this line is because people keep playing it against me when I play on chess.com, play some blitz games. I just want to have some calm blitz games, and people just start attacking me like crazy with their kingside pawns. And frankly, it's working out for Nicholas. And Nicholas actually also won with the white pieces in game 3 of this match. They're now on game 5. And he should have good chances to repeat my feat, if I may do some shameless self promo. The only time I played in the World Cup, I did also play against David Navarra, and I did beat him to kick him out of the tournament. And now it looks like Huschenbett might do the very same thing.
Let's remember this is game 5, so even if he goes on to win, Navarra will have another white game to strike back. But yeah, this one is looking very good. It is white to move, right? Why is the clock was just... How do we continue the attack?
Well, if he knew, he would have moved. And
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, the concern is pawn to b4. So we would like to keep pushing on the king side. So knight to f3 makes a lot of sense to keep pushing here. But then we're concerned that black will counter push on the other side. And it becomes a race who's coming in first in this race. And judging by the computer's evaluation, computer says this is still very, very good for white. So that tells me Huschenbett can do pretty much whatever he'd like. Knight b3. So knight b3 is kind of moving away from this attack on the king side, but instead putting your knight on c5 to block any counter chances. So Navarro really wants to play this move b4 to provoke weaknesses in white's camp, and he just did. But then Huschenbett reasons that it will be difficult for Navarra to showcase this counterplay down the c file if he has a knight blocking the black rooks or the black queen from attacking down that file. That being said, the computers haven't really liked his plan of action, and are now, they went from saying he had an absolutely winning position to now feeling that this is just much better in white's favor. And notice that the white king will never find a safe spot here. There will be a trade between the pawns on the queen side. So the king will not have like these nice pawns protecting if you go to the left. These pawns will be broken up. And if you go to the right, well, then your pawns are just nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I think, when we first
And look at this. No. After c4, the eval bar even goes back in black's favor. Knight c6 starting an attack on the d4 pawn, computer says is better for black. But luckily Navarra takes on c4. Wow. And now if knight takes, there's a double attack on the queen and on the rook, but then Navarra would sacrifice the rook in order to capture this knight. And even though black only has a knight and a pawn in trade for a rook, the fact that it's so open around the white king is actually such a big problem that the computer gives black the advantage regardless. And so actually Huschenbett realizes this and decides to castle instead. This is wild.
Oh my goodness.
And now Navarra can continue forward with his pawn and try and open up around the white king.
I mean, I see the engine says white is still doing fine, but playing this as an engine or as a human is a world of difference. I think this is a 3-result game. I actually wouldn't be surprised if white cracks here under the pressure, because it's already changed so quickly. When we tuned in, it looked like he was so in charge. I remember you saying, he can do pretty much anything he wants. And suddenly we're so far removed from that situation. White has to be very accurate to maintain an edge here.
Yeah, well, at this point, white is just down a pawn because after
Yeah.
c3, you're not going to win that pawn back. However, very importantly for Navarra, if then the knight tries to attack both the queen and rook, the queen can escape with a counterattack on white's king, so that you can save your own rook afterwards.
Wow.
Okay, so c3 was played. Computer said white was still doing very well as long as he played g5 to open up in front of black's king. Instead, Huschenbett plays king b1, allowing the black pawn to capture white's pawn. But if that pawn is captured, then we have the double attack, because now the queen doesn't have a counter against the king since the king moved out of the way. And the rook then gets captured. So now Navarra needs to protect against knight to c4 in that double attack. Queen d5 on the board. Then knight c4 attacks the rook, but also maneuvers the knight towards the e3 square. The e3 square is important because from there it can attack the queen yet again. Yeah, this is anyone's game, but I would favor Nicholas here actually, simply because of the time situation. He's up 2.5 minutes on the clock, and in a 10-minute game, that's huge.
I would favor Navarra because of the way the tide has been turning. I feel,
well, I
and
think
I
the
feel
tides will turn again because of the time problems.
Yeah, we'll see. Shall we quickly go to take a look? I see a lot of people have been asking to see Erigaisi's game, Arjun Erigaisi, one of
No
the.
way. No, we're sticking with this, no? Do
Okay,
I have a say?
you're in charge. Well,
I'm in
I can't.
charge even.
You
No,
have the
because
mouse
now
there.
with Navarra down to less than 2 minutes and the kings being on opposite sides of the board, I just can't imagine a game that's going to be more exciting than this.
Fair enough. Let's stay here. And
Uh,
I mean, look at. Okay, will G5 finally happen? Nicholas has been
well,
very
there's a
reluctant.
free pawn here.
Yeah.
And, I'm a sucker for a free pawn.
Okay, let's try and take it.
Then I will also attack the rook. But the problem is, whenever we take black's pawns here on the queen side, we're also kind of opening up for a potential attack against our king. I guess Nicholas's original idea was to move the knight back and kick the queen. And then the computer says you need to go g5, which is kind of weird since there's like 3 black pieces having that square under control. I
On the other
agree that
hand,
objectively this feels good for black, but I can't look beyond 2 minutes on the clock.
yeah, but remember there's still a 10-second increment. We're still in the rapid portion. I feel 2 minutes on the clock is a much bigger issue if your increment is 2 seconds or 3 seconds. And also Navarra strikes me as one of the players who manages to, well, I say that and then I don't know.
Well, I
think
have a
he's
Navarra story there. I played this magnificent game against him, and I was completely winning, and I spoiled my attack, and I went from having a winning attack to scrambling for a draw. In the end, it ended up being rook and knight versus rook. It's the only time I've had that end game, and I was the one with only a rook, and I won that game.
What?
Because yeah, no, David was so busy trying to find a way to try and win that he forgot about his clock and lost on time.
That was in the World Cup?
No, that
No,
was we
no.
played a match in
Wow, I'd
Czechia
never
and
heard of that.
Czech
I'm
Republic.
shocked I'd never heard of that before.
Yeah. The because I beat him in the World Cup, they were so upset with me that they invited me back to the Czech Republic to be crushed by him in a new match. And he did win that new match, but ooh, that was I was very close to beating him a second time.
Okay, so rook c7 and the ball is back in Niklas' court. Another problem, we talked about time management, is that Niklas is spending a lot of time, and time is evening up quickly here.
Yeah, I no longer favor white. I was a big fan of the 2.5 minute time advantage, but that time advantage is no more. Uh, so now he's pretty toast. He's
Looks
struggling to
like
get his attack going, and he has a lot of weaknesses. And Black's queen is so powerful in the center, but mostly it's about the king. White's king has no shelter. The shelter is about to be broken up by these advancing black pawns. So even
looks
though,
like
look at this,
maybe
he's going after a second pawn, but
a man after your own heart.
I suppose. But even after winning 2 pawns, what has happened in the meantime is that there's just no one left defending the king. So black has decent chances.
Right now, it's looking like maybe Hikaru will be able to add both Niklas and Sam to his second team for this World Cup. Spoiled for
Yeah,
choice. Is that a cruel thing to say?
a little bit. Yeah.
No, I mean, okay, the World Cup, of course, I'm not poking. It's such a tough event. In case you weren't here yesterday, Hikaru mentioned in the interview that Niklas Huschenbeet and Sam Shankland were both part of his team at the candidates last year for the candidates tournament, and that he might consider adding one of them to his Baku team in case they get eliminated. Sam, I think that was one of the biggest shocks of the classical portion of round 2 was Sam going out to 200 points lower rated Ivan Shitkov from Moldova.
And as our resident Moldovan expert, is this a player we know?
Yeah, I mean, Moldova had a brilliant result at the Olympiad
Oh yeah,
last
no,
year,
I
which you
remember
should
that. I was
know.
a big contributor to that.
Yeah. So
Well,
I think they had
actually,
a
I
fantastic.
wasn't, but my team was.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, wait, shouldn't have know this. I think they came fourth in the Olympiad,
Wait,
and
did I
they.
play against this Shitko guy?
I don't
He
know
has
who
a
you.
very unfortunate name for English speakers.
I know. I don't know. I mean, Hammer, if I need to know better than you who you played against, we have a problem here.
I won against Moldova.
Okay,
I
let me
lost pretty much every game in that Chennai Olympiad, but I did beat the Moldovan guy. I wasn't
while
fine.
you talk about the game, I'll very quickly look it up.
Yeah. Navarra is still down a pawn, but the problem is the king. So Black's king has 3 pawns defending it. White's king has 1 pawn defending it, but not only just 1 pawn, but it's also about how Black has such easy access with their pieces to increase the attack as well. So White maybe would be happy to lose a pawn on the opposite flank, illustrated here by Huschenbeth giving away a pawn, saying that I'm hoping to get rid of one of my pawns so that I may open up for my rooks to point down towards your king. However, the timing is a bit unfortunate because here knight takes h5 is a brilliant move. The idea being that White's queen that seemingly defended that side pawn was also busy defending the other side pawn. And here it is a checkmate with the queen coming in supported by the rook. So yeah, if Navarra now finds this knight takes h5, he can then capture the next pawn afterwards, and that's going to be pretty much game over.
Jan Ludwig, meanwhile, I have unearthed the information. Round 10 of the Chennai Olympiad, with Norway losing 2.5, 1.5 to Moldova. Ivan Shipko actually drew a certain Magnus Carlsen on board 1 with the black
Magnus
pieces.
Carlsen, huh? Okay, yeah, no, decent player, yes.
With black as well, so
He drew Magnus Carlsen with black. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
decent player. I feel like I should have remembered that.
Okay, so things here not looking good, but Niklas again, you know, the time edge has grown quite a bit.
Well, now he has 3 isolated pawns. So this is an important concept to know. Pawn islands. Basically, this is one pawn island because all the pawns are next to each other. And that means they have the potential of defending each other like these two are doing right now. The F pawn is guarding its buddy. White, on the other hand, has the pawns spread out ridiculously on several fronts. And well, within just 4 moves, we went from Nicholas being up a pawn to now him actually being down a pawn. That's not actually detrimental to his chances, though, because in the meantime, he's managed to get rid of all the white pawns that were blocking the potential of attacking the black king. So actually, this g6 move is quite clever because it disrupts the coordination between the black pawns, and it also opens up potential towards the black king. This game is really tense and really interesting still, and now both players are down to less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Niklas is trying to hold on here. But what is this? I really like this engine move e5 just to undermine the defense of the knight on c5. How do you
Yeah.
react to that? And it's on the board.
No, it was just a big mistake from white. Pawn to e5, excellent move. This white pawn was crucial to keep the knight where it is. And now that the knight is also the only thing stopping the black rook from capturing the white queen, losing that foothold is yeah, it's awful for white. So that means now another pawn will be lost, but just as importantly as the pawn being lost, oh, actually he just blundered a knight as well.
Yeah,
Rook takes
c5.
knight, and then if the rook is captured, there's a free rook on d1, and that's gonna be the game. Hushenbet resigns. David Navarra wins with the black pieces in the first one of the 10-minute section, which means he has an excellent opportunity to try and take it home with the white pieces.
And what a dramatic turnaround. Let's go to the game. Eric Geisy, he is still...
I'm kind of cruel, but yeah, it's the Grishuk one we also stopped by. And here they also castled to opposite flanks. I am gonna get a bit of a problem now if also Geisy had opposite side castling. But I do think Grishuk is gonna win this now. He's gonna give up his queen to capture both of Black's rooks, and then you have this pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. Bishop trying to stop this. Can we try and chase away the bishop? Probably not. Probably we should just get a new queen and be happy that we have 2 rooks and a knight in trade for the single queen.
Yeah, and the black king is also very poorly placed on the edge of the board.
Yeah, and these pawns are doubled. So doubled pawns are much easier to grab a hold of because they cannot protect each other up the board. So now something like just rook d7 or trying to get in behind the pawn is going to be fairly effective. Okay, Grishchuk, Russian school of chess. No counterplay whatsoever. Rook c3, clever play. The idea is that the other rook will come down, and then these 2 rooks will completely control the third rank, which will both keep this pawn on h3 protected, but also make sure that the pawn cannot step further forward. And then Bishop will incrementally push his pawns up on the queen side and use his knight also as a protector of the king.
I really
So-
like the way he has handled this, just making sure everything is safe, and now he's slowly going to press home that oh my let's go to Erigaisi. I think Erigaisi just blundered really, really badly. Because if we go back just a couple of moves.
No, it's a draw. It's a relay error.
Oh.
So the rook came in, check on the king, and the rook just continued pushing after the king.
And they put the kings in the
And
middle.
they put
Okay.
the kings in the middle.
Don't mind me.
So that's a draw between Erigaisi and Azarov. We'll jump back into Grischuk. Because even though he has an extra queen and has so many extra pieces for the queen, you need to win somehow. And if he could get this black pawn, then that would do the trick. Right now, if the pawn proceeds, then the rooks once again will work together. Both of the rooks pointing down on the pawn, stopping it just in time as it tried to become a new queen. After king g5, I'm not super convinced by Grischuk's approach here. Check, okay. Maybe just go back. Pawn up. Pawn up seems good. And then continue forward. The problem with pawn up is that then you can get both the rooks pointing in towards it. Yeah, that's probably not good. Probably you should go back. But you should go back, but then the rook kind of just follows you. And every time you try and block with a pawn, you get the double attack on it. So you just have to go home. And then the rook may return to its initial idea of going after this pawn now that the king is nowhere to be seen. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, they went back and forth for a little bit. And then Grischuk used the other rook, because now if the king moves back, then the most forward pawn is immediately captured. So then you had to block with the pawn, and then we get the same situation we were trying to avoid. Both the white rooks pointing in towards the black pawn at the same time. Your only hope is trying to get a new queen, but that's not going to happen for you, because here just rook f4, and you once again have these two rooks working together just in time to stop the pawn becoming a new queen. And that's going to be that. Grischuk is going to win game 5 of this match. And he's going to have to make a draw with the black pieces in the next one to decide it. And those next games are probably going to be starting in what, 10 minutes, Fiona?
There was one game that was interesting a second ago, but I think Donchenko is winning now. That's the only other game apart from this one that is still going on. There was a weird material imbalance, but I think Mateusz Bartel just something.
Wow, he blundered.
I just blundered.
His bishop was unprotected. He took the pawn and allowed himself to be tricked by a triple attack. And he thought he was being clever because he was attacking here the white rook. And if the white rook captures, then somehow black managed to get out of this trickery. But yeah, the rook just moved away and there was still two things under attack. Amateurish mistake here by Mateusz Bartel of Poland. Very unnecessarily losing, because even though he had a queen deficit, the rooks and the bishop was working together very well. So he should have managed to make a draw in that spot.
Yeah, and I think Grischuk, we can stay there. I think we are moving towards the end very quickly here. After that, actually in this round, we had a lot of decisive results. We had Ivanchuk winning his game against Enriquez, Mamedov beat Predke, Yilmaz with the black pieces beat a Wonder Liang, Husseinov beat Bierre, and there were only 3 draws. So game 2 of this 10+10 portion will start 10 minutes after the Gwishut game concludes.
And right now, this game is pretty much over. The two rooks working together very systematically, always working in pair, always doubling up against the pawns. And there was no way for black to stop that these pawns, these rooks took the next black pawn as well. And for that reason, Daneshvar resigns the game and will go to a break to wait for the decisive games within the 10-minute portion.
See you guys. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 World Cup. In case you just tuned in recently, tough luck because Hikaru's match is over. It was a nail biter, but he is through to the next round where he will be playing Benjamin Gladura and Jan Ludwig. We see the pairing tree here in front of us.
Yeah, Gladura already having won 2 matches. Hikaru got a bye in the first match of the tournament. Gladura then beating I want to say Kyrgyzstani. Is that the both the flag and the way of saying the name of the people?
I think the flag is correct. I think it's Kyrgyz.
Kyrgyz.
I'm not completely sure though.
And then he moved around not very far to Uzbekistan for the next round, taking down Yukubayev. So Gladura is on a roll of sorts in that he's won 2 matches. So he's got to be feeling pretty good. But at the same time, he of course knows the difficulty that lies ahead, having to face Hikaru in the next one. And a little bit exciting looking forward. Of course, Gladura, not an easy matchup, but we are hopeful Hikaru will be able to win that one. We see that the next opponent, should Hikaru advance, is going to be either Pragnananda or the winner between Nicholas Huschenbett and David Navarra.
Speaking of which, the game 2 has started of the 10+10 portion, so maybe we can start there. There's 10 games still going at this stage of the 10+10. Do you want to see what opening we got? Does Nicholas have any chances of hitting back? He is in a must-win situation in order not to get eliminated.
And if Navarra then completes the match with his win with the black pieces we followed earlier, then I think it's going to be between Navarra and Pragnananda as to who could be a potential opponent for Hikaru in the future of this tournament.
Yeah, we're still 1 match away from that. Let's see. We see David Navarra here taking a very solid approach. Remember, a draw is enough for him. He turned things around in the previous game where he was probably in a objectively lost position. What do you make of what we are seeing here?
It's a classic, I feel like, in these knockout tournaments that have become very normal now. Formerly, knockout tournaments was a rarity within chess, but with the advent of the Champions Chess Tour, at this point, knockout formats is one of the more common formats in tournaments. It's very popular among organizers these days. And what has become kind of established is that when you need a win with the black pieces and you face the king pawn on move 1, you have to play the Sicilian. That's just how it is. We've had, this is not the first time I see a Sicilian Najdorf attempt, um, when you have to win.
That makes sense. By the way, John Ludwig, just as an aside, Cold One in the chat is confirming that you were in fact correct, and it is Kyrgyzstani for the nationality. Kyrgyz are an ethnic population that mostly live there and make up over 50% of the population. Confusing stuff, but you were correct.
I was actually reading up on, because I don't know how it happened, but I was looking into like the Silk Road and like the old school way of the world, and I was looking how the Silk Road took, what path it took out of Iran, and moving into the mountains and then further up towards China. And I was reading up then about Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, which are kind of, and how those countries were formed. So yeah, I had a bit of a Wikipedia rabbit hole the other day on that precise topic.
Quite the rabbit hole to go down. Meanwhile, we've had a few more moves here. I don't know if you want to stick with this game or if you feel they're more interesting matchups.
I'm happy to look around for a little bit.
Okay.
I'll just say that the computer is very optimistic on White's behalf, and the threat against the pawn on b5 is very difficult to face for Black, because if you try to move your queen to protect it, then suddenly there's a knight number 2, and then you have no more defenders left to do the job. And even if Huschenbett could now capture a pawn in the center, he will then have the long-term problem of his king being stuck in the middle, and with a rook here potentially now not having a white pawn blocking its path. That's going to be unpleasant. So yeah, problems out of the opening here for Huschenbett, but of course it started with the fact that he lost with the white pieces. That is the main source of his problems right now.
Wow, I am Ludwig. I'm seeing a very interesting game between Mustafa Yilmaz and a Wonder Liang in a must-win situation. But I think he took maybe a slightly too risky approach in the opening here.
Wow, what is this? So he went for the classic counterattack in the center. Pawn attacks bishop. Bishop wants to preserve the pressure towards the queen. That seems fine. But then suddenly white strikes with g4? What's the point of this? That pawn can just be captured. Is that not a free pawn? Ooh, it's not a free pawn, because look at the white knight making its way to the e6 square. And since the bishop has moved out, normally that square is protected by the black bishop, but now that bishop is stuck over here instead, meaning there's nothing to prevent the white knight from really establishing itself in the heart of Black's position. That being said, Black is going to be up a pawn now. Ooh, never mind. Black is not going to be up a pawn. I thought, well, if you took on h3, then Black would be up a pawn. But essentially, the situation is one of those where, yeah, you're up a pawn, but the opponent is going to get a monster piece. So good luck with having fun with your extra pawn. That being said, a Wonder tried to go g3, the idea being queen is attacked, pawn is attacked. If the bishop blocks, then you can disrupt the coordination for white's king. But Yilmaz just goes queen a4, check on the king, and when you block the check, there's a free pawn, and then your bishop is getting trapped on the next move, and the knight is coming in here. You can try and stop the knight from coming in, but then your bishop is getting trapped. Oof. No, this was a disaster of epic proportions here for a wonder. Oh, and he goes b5 to try and complicate things.
But how does this help his cause after queen takes?
Well, after queen takes, then I guess pawn blocks.
Yeah, and if I take?
Yeah, then we resign. Well, then we capture on f2 and we force the white king to move, and then we resign.
Yeah, I mean, this is I mean,
There's
this can
limits to
happen.
how effective it is getting in the opponent to move the king, because that king is rather poorly defended right now. The problem is just that, the black king is in a spot of trouble as well.
Yeah, this game is actually, I think, gonna be over very soon. Um, Tough to find any moves for a wonder. I don't know. Should we let him off the hook and move on from here? And
No, I think I think rubbing it in is a commentator's job. It's not one that will make us a lot of friends, but it's the one we've been hired to do.
So here, well, d takes c6, as we just saw, is very strong. Queen b7 is also tempting, hitting the rook in the corner. Um, so
Well, the thing is, since a wonder lost the first one, like even like best case situation, he can make some kind of perpetual check maybe. Uh, but yeah, that's also gonna lose him the match. So there's just nothing good to say about Black's situation right now.
no, I don't think that White will even let him get away with a draw. We see that Mustafa is taking some time here to find the most precise answer. But my guess is he will take on c6, and this will be lights out very soon. So we're just waiting for that. I think this will be the first game to conclude, and Mustafa Yilmaz will be through to the next round. I'm gonna have a quick look around just on my phone here to see if anything else uh, catches my eye. I think Grishuk is actually in a like a lot of pieces have left the board already. It's completely symmetrical, so I think. Although I say that, maybe I underestimate these positions. Jan Ludovic very quickly.
Are
Okay,
you
no,
gonna
queen
let
f6.
you're
No,
gonna
no,
let a
no,
wonder
no.
off the hook here?
I don't know. I feel like if I felt the game is over within a minute, but it might drag out a little bit with very little for us to say.
Yeah. No, it's been a disaster for a wonder. Trying
Yeah.
to win with the black pieces is always tricky, and here he got squashed. Unfortunately for him.
Hmm.
So let's move on. And you want my assessment on
Yeah.
boring trades?
Yeah. So
That
these
is
are.
that is my expertise.
I always think, oh, surely this is just the draw, but maybe White has a bit more than I give them credit for, or maybe
I
not.
mean, this looks like a dead draw. Why is this the prep of Danishvar, and why is Grishuk spending so much time? I'm so confused. Is this a Petrov? It's not even a Petrov. Actually, I prepped this once. I don't understand Grishuk's time management, but I'm not the first one to say that. To be fair, White is gonna be. I mean, White is controlling the center and has a bit more space. It's very tough to imagine that this can be a big problem. King f8. That I guess deciding which direction to move the king was a fairly big decision.
Mhm.
So essentially, Grishuk is saying he's going to go for a h5 g6 pawn formation, pawns protecting each other up the board, and then he'll bring this rook into the center. So something like bishop out, rook up. rook trade. And then maybe they trade something like this. Computer is actually saying that this is very bad for black. And that
Which is
somehow
interesting,
this
yeah.
rook can try and invade along the queen side of the board.
You
And
look
also, I
big.
mean, Grishuk is down to 3 minutes on the clock. Why would you do that?
I have a feeling of deja vu, but I want to take you away from Grishuk to go to Erigaisi.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I wasn't thrilled about this game anyway. This one, on the other hand. These guys made a draw in the first one. Why are
Yeah.
they playing as if their lives depend on it? In a game where draw is not like the worst
Can we
thing
see
in the
how
world.
we got here? What was
Yeah.
this?
I'm curious. A weird French? No, a Karukan fantasy? No. A Trumpovsky. Wow, that took a lot of turns. Okay, it kind of looked like a fantasy because it had the pawn formation, right? And here it looks very much like a French. Here he goes f6. Wow, that's a brave move. Just taking. I mean, black has good control in the center, but
By the way,
gotta be
just
scared of something here, right?
just to let you guys know that Hikaru's recap is up. So you can either check it out now, or this will be the last game that we commentate on. So you can also hold off for 5 minutes, enjoy our great analysis, and check it out after. But either way, the recap is out.
Oh wow, and here suddenly the computer is saying massive advantage black. But how do you deal with this threat? Oh, and the knight comes in, ignoring the threat to get the knight to capture the pawn in the center. Oh wow, Erigaisi is in trouble. Like, black is really dominating the center of the board here.
This is such a weird game and a weird position. If I had to...
Bishop f5, that's a stunning move. Sacrificing the knight on d4. This knight looks like a monster, right? So when the opponent attacks it, you're like, yeah, I should probably move that guy out of the way. But bishop f5 says, no, I'm happy for you to trade, because then you open up for my rook to point down towards the white king. This is wild.
This is
Just
great. I mean,
sacking a pawn like that. Imagine me having a pawn structure like this. Like that's just never gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean,
Four
this game...
pawn islands and down a pawn. King hasn't castled. It seems as though by the book, black has done everything wrong. And yet the computer favors black's position. Black is down a pawn, much worse pawn structure, hasn't castled, but he has really well-placed pieces in the center.
Wow. I mean, kudos to Azaro for taking it like this with the black pieces to Erigaisi, and Erigaisi must be seriously worried here. On one hand, you just want to recapture on d4, take that pawn. On the other hand, I guess you are a little worried.
I mean, if you don't capture it, that pawn
yeah,
might advance. So you kind of have to. But you're not super happy about it.
No. So a mate threat on c2 right now. How do we parry it? Do we defend the c pawn? I say that, not so clear.
Queen goes back, rook over, game.
Game over. Okay.
Not that I fully understand why this is so horrific. King f7? How calm can you play? You're like, yeah, I'm gonna give away my pawn to just open up, and then I'm gonna move my king, and then I'll have Hammer mess up his arrows.
Okay, so instead, Arjun decides to push the c pawn forward.
And now apparently black has to go into defensive mode and protect this guy.
That's
But if
not
if
an
you move your
obvious
rook,
move.
if you move your rook into the center, then you give up protection of the a6 pawn. I mean, there's absolutely no way black is going to find rook d8 here. In which
And if
case, the
yeah,
computer says white is much better. Which makes more sense to me because I'm not liking black's pawn structure
yeah.
or black's lack of pawns.
This is a crazy game. I'm with you. I mean, it's so easy to tune in and to feel okay. We've got all this pressure for black on the queen side. The engine likes it. Every guy sees in trouble. But then you fast forward a few moves and you're like, okay, yeah, maybe black is better, but it's easy for a computer to prove it, but for a human, it's a different story. I actually think that every guy is gonna win this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, there's no doubt in my mind when I'm looking at what the computer's recommending. Because even what the computer's recommending, it looks really good for white. So rook d4, here, computer says pawn to g4. And then if knight takes for the double attack, then queen takes pawn. This queen cannot be captured because there's a rook pointing down. And if the knight takes the rook, then we take the corner rook, and then this is a mess beyond belief. But white is up a pawn, and black's king is frankly way more dangerously placed than its white counterpart.
On the other hand, just to continue, if you go back to that final position when the queen comes to d4, then there's bishop e4, both defending the pawn on d5 and attacking the rook on h1. And if the rook steps to g1, there's the fork again with knight f3.
Ah, the returning fork.
Yeah.
But the computer says here you can go bishop b5 check, giving up this bishop for a pawn in order to open up for the rook, and then the rook puts pressure in towards the center. Yeah, no,
That's just insane.
This is wild. This whole game is wild, but unless white is getting checkmated very quickly, wild suits Erigaisi fairly well. I do think Erigaisi has a tremendous positional foundation, like strategic foundation in his style. But at the same time, I feel like he gets into these super messy situations quite often and does pretty well with it. So I feel like his style is completely fine, well suited for this this trickiness here.
Yeah, and we see black make one move, king f7. I mean, king f7, I'm struggling to make sense of because we're giving up
We're
d5
trying
with
to
check.
get the rook in.
Yeah, but does that...
well, if you take on d5, then I just attack your queen, and then I get the rook in. Okay, maybe not here, because, yeah.
No.
But the point stands that taking on the pawn is actually bad, but here f4 is very good. Which can be a tricky move to find, because it looks like you're trapping your own... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, this is beautiful. It looks like you're trapping your own bishop, but here queen takes, check on the king, pressure on the bishop, and when the king steps forward, the only move to prove an advantage for white is to sacrifice your queen against the bishop, luring the king out into the open, and then it's checkmate.
Wow. Yeah, Ludwig, I'm wearing headphones. Maybe next time a little warning.
Well, I didn't know I was going to react that way. It was, I saw that with my own mind. I didn't actually see the computer recommending that, because the computer says, well, the computer doesn't say that you take the bishop, the queen, obviously, because then it's checkmate. So I didn't, yeah, no, I spotted this move on my own. And it was my genuine natural reaction to that. My apologies.
It is quite the line. What's happened in the game? Meanwhile, what is
it's happening? F4 has been played. It's happening. Knight g4 traps the bishop, but queen takes, and now he's going to sacrifice. And I think Azarov, I think he's a good sport. I think he's going to allow the checkmate. I think he yeah.
Let's
I think
see it. Let's
Erigaisi
not.
deserves to have the checkmate on the board.
I mean, unbelievable stuff. Let's see this play out. One of the most spectacular moves of the World Cup so far. There it is.
Very nice. Very, very nice. And like Azarov, the only move to prevent checkmate is by taking the bishop, but then you're just down a knight and 2 pawns for nothing. So I feel like, he just resigned. Boo. Man.
Okay, with that.
The classic chess resigning one move before checkmate, it's such. We need to do something about that. We need to change the culture. Like when a guy checkmates you like this, giving up his queen to lure your king out, you take the queen and you step into the checkmate. That's just common courtesy. I actually had something like this this year. I had an en passant checkmate tactic on Magnus Carlsen, and he could have resigned before the en passant happened. But what's special about that, right? So he
I
went
think I
into
saw
it and he
this
let me
actually.
complete
Yeah.
the checkmate, which was very gracious of him, but it was also absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I maybe not feel quite as strongly, but I'm for sure with you.
Oh, I have way more controversial opinions than that.
Hammer, there's a
I
few
think the
things.
Champions Chess Tour should remove the resign button, and people should be penalized for running the timeout, and people should just play till checkmate.
Meanwhile,
The draw
there's
button should be removed. And
there's
yeah.
a few players who are mounting a comeback here in game 2. One of them is
But
Mateusz
why would we
Bartel.
continue after this, Fiona? What could possibly be better than this?
I don't know.
I mean,
We'll have to watch to find out.
we should end here. Nothing can top this. King takes queen, bishop in, checkmate. Sometimes you just gotta pause and you just gotta forget about your job in terms of, let's move on to the next game. Sometimes you just gotta take
appreciate the finer things in life.
Precisely. And honestly, I thought of the two of us, you were the specialist in that area. But I see
the
now
hedonist.
I see now that somehow
you were wrong about me all along.
Yeah. I thought you were a cultured woman, drinking fine wines and enjoying
You've been throwing quite a lot of shade at me today. Thank goodness I'm off for the next 2 days to recover.
Are we losing you?
For the next 2 days.
Oh no.
Should have thought about that before making those comments, Jan Ludwig.
What are you unhappy about? What else did I say?
Earlier you said that I am the kind of level that wouldn't know how to defend bishop against rook.
And I was right. You had no idea. You said so. You literally said so yourself. I don't really know this stuff. You admitted to not really knowing that.
But after you threw the shade, you couldn't have known.
Well, clearly I had a very fine-tuned suspicions then.
Okay, fair enough. I'll be back on Monday. Actually, we'll see about that because I hope that Hikaru does not need to go to tiebreak. I don't know. I don't think a decision has been made. Will we be here if Hikaru is not involved in a tiebreak? So we'll see about that. But don't worry, I'll take the 2 next days off, and after that, I'll be here until the bitter end, whenever that is.
The end of time, yeah.
Until the end of time.
Okay, who do you want to go to?
I was talking about players mounting a comeback. Mateusz Bartel is one of them against Donchenko. That position looked quite... Oh.
That is over. You know why? This is a rook and this is a bishop.
To be fair, I mean, I suggested
pawn.
coming here 5 minutes ago. So if you rewind 20 moves or so.
Well, Okay, let's step back. Oh wow, yeah, stuff was happening here. Wow, he sacrificed the queen. Not as
I
beautifully,
told you.
not as beautifully as Eric Icey, I must say. Wow, Donchenko had. Look at this. Look at the computer evaluation. Computer says Donchenko was much better, and then he just moved his rook to an unfortunate square. And the queen cannot be recaptured because then the pawn moves forward, opening up an attack against both the king and the queen. That was just a one move, losing rook for nothing. He actually lost the rook for nothing. Afterwards, he took the bishop, but he could have just taken the bishop first. Still a bad move, but it would have been. He lit. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that he moved his rook and the rook got captured. This is like PogChamps level.
By the way, I'm so confused. I thought that they wonder got away with a draw because that's what my chess24 app says, but then I opened the game and it was checkmate on the board. So I think Mustafa Yilmaz ended up winning the game. Either way, he is through to the next round. This one will continue to blitz. David Navarro is winning against Tuschenbit. Let's take a look at Jonas Bjerre.
A Dane. Okay.
He is in a must-win situation.
And it's looking kind of good. He has three pawns working together trying to become new queens. However, there is a black pawn kind of standing in the way. If not for the fact that white's king is in check, these pawns could probably just advance. So now it becomes a question of just getting the king out of the way so that the pawns may progress.
Also, under 10 seconds for Zainov. Okay, so he's trying to stop
Yeah, taking
the
control of the
pawn.
b5 square, stopping the pawn advance. I would guess maybe we move the king up here, because then the king is both safe and helping the pawn advance. So king up here, and then we'll use the rook to go after the blockading pawn.
Yeah, this is looking very good. The only trump is you're highlighting black's h pawn.
It's a pretty good one, though. Okay, so rook here, then black will come to defend, and then black will continue trying to do something with this pawn on the side. Both players down to less than a minute on the clock, and we got ourselves a little race. Okay, yeah, that's gonna end it.
That's gonna end the race right
Yeah,
there.
that's it. He gave away a pawn, but he let his next pawn move along, and now this next pawn supports the rook, which will eliminate the black rook, which will lead to a new queen or the loss of black's rook. And Jonas Bjerre, in a must-win situation, equalizes the match with Gusainov.
There's one man we haven't looked at all, and that is Vidit. The first game ended in a draw. It looks like the second is headed the same way, but is there still some life in? I mean, black is up a pawn,
yeah.
but the black king is in some trouble, maybe?
Yeah, or the white pawn is in some trouble. If
Oh.
Vidit tries to play rook d7,
Yeah.
then the knight comes after this f5 pawn.
So they are repeating right now. Or did you make those moves backward?
No.
No.
But what about moving the rook? So actually this rook c5 is very clever from Vidit. Because now if the knight tries to approach this pawn, then we have enough checking distance.
Hammer. Bishop is dead. Let's go there.
So we had a lot of people winning game one, but then we have a lot of people losing game two after having won game one.
What is that king doing on the
This
board?
king has had quite a journey. I feel like last time we saw it, it was over here.
Yeah.
And I would suggest the fastest way of coming up here is this route, but I also saw the king coming from the c5 square. So I don't know how it ended up here.
By the way, Navarro won his game, so he is through to the next round. In the women's section, Lacno going out against Marianne Gomez was the big shock of the day. Grishuk is her husband. He's fighting. It would actually be shocking to lose both of them in the same round. It looks like this one is headed for Blitz.
Well, if you can see a checkmate, and right now it looks like the Iranian player is kind of struggling with that quite important part of the game, because he went back and forth a couple of times. Apparently, not enough times for it to be an issue. But yeah, Grishuk right now is gonna go into a rook endgame. Oh yeah, no, but yeah, this white pawn is about to be a new queen. That's kind of the story to tell right now. Black's king is gonna have to take the white bishop to avenge the black bishop about to be captured. And then with the black bishop gone, it's going to be much easier for white to get this pawn forward, becoming a new queen. So yeah, these matches are still exciting, and that's kind of that's why we love the World Cup. It's just filled to the brink with exciting games.
Absolutely. I suggest maybe we just watch the end of this, see if White can wrap it up, and then we will wrap up for the day here as well. I'm already gonna say a big thank you to all of you who were here today. I think there were so many of you, at some point over 6K, to watch Hikaru's really thriller of a match against Kaitik Venkataraman. Hikaru's recap is up on YouTube, so if you missed today's action, you can check that out. And tomorrow, Hikaru will be taking on Benjamin Gladura from Hungary. Jan Ludwig and James Canty will be here to take you through the action. That's going to be really good. So yeah, let's see that A-pawn, I think, about to decide the day here for Daneshvar. This game, as well as a few other matches, are going to continue to 5
I'm not very
3.
impressed with his technique. I think Grishuk is very close to making a draw now. He's down 2 pawns, but there's like 2 white pawns in a row ready to be captured. This guy is trying to become a new queen, and this guy is kind of exposed because it's so close.
Can I not just bring my pawn to A7 and play rook B7 something?
There's this thing called check.
Fair point, Hammer, fair point. So what he's trying, okay.
Well, he's trying to get the king up here so that you cannot capture this pawn, because then it's checkmate. So now, somehow, by moving the king up, he's managed to indirectly save his pawn, because if this pawn is captured, then it's just going to be checkmate along the back rank. That was very clever.
Bishop tries b4.
Yeah, but then king c6, no. a6 being suggested, but that's wild. Now, if king g7, the pawn could technically just... There's like some trickery like this. Pawn a6 was played. Yeah, so this pawn cannot be captured, because then you allow the king to step up. And if the king went up immediately, then the rook would start giving checks, forcing the king out of position, while black still having pawns running up on two separate sides.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe there were quicker ways to end the game, but I'm actually quite impressed by White's technique and him keeping his cool.
Yeah. Agreed. And now just take the pawn, and then king steps up. Game over, it would seem to me.
Yeah, 20 seconds for White to make up his mind. That variation you have on the board seems simple and convincing. So after king e6, the only move, king f8 to stop the mate.
Check first. I guess that enables the rook to come in behind the black pawn, which would be beneficial in many variations. Ooh, but now the king takes control of the b7 square, so the rook will not be able to stop this guy.
It's not over
If you
still.
push the pawn, then you're just, the king is too close to the pawn. So now apparently I think the only way white can win is pushing the next pawn, but then it becomes a race. Okay, a race, to be fair, white is comfortably winning, but it's causing some stress. Rook c7. Yeah, that's a good move. Just forcing the king to stand in front of the white pawn, and then you'll be able to get your rook where you wanted it to go, to keep the black b pawn under control. And with that, Grishuk loses and is still at risk for getting knocked out today.
Yeah, I think we'll see this one out. I think I was gonna say we'll see resignation soon. Or maybe we can, I don't know if you want to watch it till the end or.
Well, do you know the Lucena position?
Building the bridge.
Building the bridge. Let's see if we can have a little bridge building contest here. No, we're not gonna.
Grishuk did not
'cause
want to
Grishuk
see
does
it. He
resign.
knows. He knows.
No bridge building today.
No. So that brings us to the end of today's coverage. Once again, thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow, same place, same time, Jan Ludwig and James Canty will be here to take you through the action. So for me, I'll see you on Monday, possibly, depending on what happens. Until then, have a good one. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.